Your neighbor to know that you are indeed happy to be here. You are indeed enjoying the moment. You are savoring every bit of it because indeed it is a wonderful moment. Thank you, Wasreb, as I see you setting up. We are very, very grateful for planning out this event. We are, just waiting with a bated breath to see what is coming forward in this launch. We desire to see how the sector has been performing. We know that this is what gives us a very strong indicator of which direction we are taking, especially for WSPs and other water sector institutions, and we are grateful for that. We also are very grateful. Thank you. We are very grateful that we've got a clip that will give us a bit of a highlight of the sector. So for the sector, we just did a little clip of about 5 minutes or so. We will allow it to run briefly as we allow other guests to come in, and then we will go back to Kayamba, Africa. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be coming back to you shortly with more directions, and continue to enjoy the moment, continue to interact. Asante sana. We will be starting shortly. This is just a prelude to the startup. Thank you. moyo mkunjufu kwamba umefika ndipo kwenye kongamano hili la maji na usafi ambapo linaendelea hapa kwenye hoteli hii ya Hotel in Paradise. Tungependa tupate onyesho kidogo kulingana na hali ya sekta ya maji jinsi ilivyo kwenye nchi yetu kwa wakati huu. Kwa hivyo ninaomba kwamba upande ule wa mitambo waweze kutupa kidogo kionjo cha sekta yetu hiyo. Let's run the clip for a minute, for the 5 minutes that it does run. Thank you. I believe we are there. This is a very, very unique Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference and Exhibition of 2025. Really, this is taking us to a whole new level in the sector. We are witnessing engagements of all different levels: technology, financing, capacity building, climate resilience, technologies. All this is indeed a very, very engaging time for us in the sector. And much, much more. I mean, if you don't leave here with anything to have taken home, then you'll have disadvantaged yourself. So kindly engage and let's ensure that we benefit from this conference. We remind you that today we have 3 or so key events. We'll have the impact launch, we'll have also the opening, official opening, and lastly the cocktail in the evening. So kindly brace yourself for what is in store for us through the day. It will be a very, very engaging day. We are grateful that these front seats will be also reserved for our VIPs, and the second row and the third row for our directors within the water sector institutions and the water service providers. So kindly, if you are within the hall, you are a director, we invite you to utilize the second and third row so that we are able to take full advantage of that. I'm just throwing my eyes at the back to see if we are good to go. Thank you. Let's run that, please.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number 2, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the WSPs to use the right technology.
With these valves and products, we ensure that we are able to deliver top-tier and comprehensive engineered solutions that will be able to be efficient, robust, and also climate resilient.
The water losses that we are recording currently of about 40%, in our estimation, the bulk of it is what we call commercial losses. And commercial losses is basically stealing, either through illegal connections, not having meters that read properly, and all these issues. So if we deal with that, it will go a long way in terms of improving access to water services.
In a world grappling with climate change and water scarcity, the quest for sustainable water and sanitation solutions has never been more urgent or more innovative. Across Africa and beyond, bold new financing models, breakthrough technologies, and forward-thinking partnerships are transforming how communities access and manage water. Across forward-thinking utilities, the analog era is ending. Smart meters and AI-driven systems are replacing human error with digital precision.
Tech is the modern world. Without embracing technology, then the country, the ministry, and more so the country will lag behind. One, now we have smart meters. this idea of meter readers has been existent for years. People who are mostly to make mistakes when reading those numbers. And those numbers in the meters are small. So those contribute to our non-revenue. So we're asking our water service providers to embrace smart meters.
Non-revenue water, a hidden crisis, one that doesn't make headlines but bleeds the sector dry. From smart infrastructure to climate-resilient investments, a new wave of solutions is emerging. Solutions that not only protect vital resources but also power economic growth and social equity. With about 995 billion Kenya shillings funding gap in the water sector, Kenya is rewriting the rules of water financing. From green bonds to pension fund investments, new models are proving that water infrastructure can be both socially impactful and financially sustainable.
We are looking at blended financing. We are looking at private-public partnership, which is very, very key. There's already a policy on that. We are looking at tapping into the capital market, the green bonds. We are looking at a climate fund.
For the first time, we've seen with the government understanding how the water sector works. There is no direct financing to the sector. And because of that, we're able to review the law. And now we have PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. We also have PIPs, that is privately initiated projects. Those kind of financing models that were non-existence are now in existence, and there are quite a number of people who are executing them, or one way or another, they're exploring how to make use of them.
We collect from the water sector the pension contributions, and because we are the administrators, we are able to add it onto the pool of funds we have. And working with our fund managers, or the fund managers who manage the funds of all these organizations we are administering, we, through our institutions, one of our institutions is actually called CPF Capital, is able to create a transactions instrument which will enable the pension funds to invest through either an infrastructure bond, a corporate bond, or an asset-backed security for the purpose of building most of this infrastructure requirement.
Through the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, NAWASIP, we are ensuring that all water infrastructure projects submitted for funding consideration, whether from donors, GOK allocations, PPPs, meet minimum readiness thresholds. This includes technical feasibility, environmental and social safeguard, and also utility level governance and capacity.
As climate change accelerates, so must the innovation. From AI-powered drought prediction to Internet of Things-enabled sanitation systems, Kenya's water future will be built on technologies
is rather steadily flowing on very well. We have exhibitions that we shall, of course, visit later on today as part of our engagement here. But as we do that, please, let's network. Let's continue to find new ideas, conversations, opportunities, and build our capacities and enhance our networks as a case may be. Quick reminder that please remember to have your badge on. It's very important. Obviously, we will not allow you to access some services without it. And so this is important that we always maintain our badges. As we wait for the next major activity, I want to request that we get a signal from Apex Piping, who will also give us a presentation, part of our silver sponsors. So whenever we have anyone from the Apex Piping Systems, we would like to know whether we are ready so that we will be able to come. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite Tashingas the band to lead us in just enjoying the moment with a live performance right here, right now. Karibuni sana Tashingas the band. Tungependa basi kuweza kuwapokea kwa moyo mkunjufu. Endeleeni, chapa kazi, shughuli ni yenu. Thank you. Thank you, Tashingas the band. Asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome to this very, very important day of the conference. Thank you for those who are already here. Those who are on their way, we encourage you to hasten your steps. If you are connecting with us online, kindly savor every moment that we have ahead of us. Thank you. So far, so good. We will begin just running through our activities of the day. Ahead of us is the impact report launch. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we have a presentation from our silver sponsor, that is Apex Piping Systems, who will be taking over to just share with us part of the technologies that they do have for the sector. So we would like to welcome them to give us a brief presentation. Karibu Lucy, kindly feel free and take us through this presentation. Let's appreciate her as she comes to the stage. Thank you, this is good. Asante, makofi mpaka afike tafadhali. Asante sana Madam Lucy.
Hi, good morning, and everyone, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It's an honor to represent Apex Piping Systems in this conference and exhibition for the year 2025. As we wait for them to present for me our presentation at Apex Piping, we specialize mostly in the technical part, where we work hand in hand with the water sector, the government agencies and all that, so that we can be able to provide them with the right infrastructure that we need in our water systems. So, Apex Piping Systems, smart solutions. It's okay, I can continue. I don't have a screen. Yes? Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so Apex Piping Systems, at a glance, we are manufacturers of HDPE, PVC pipes, PPR pipes, and also we are able to supply the fittings that are related to these pipes, including the water meters and the valves. We understand the current challenges in this water sector as of today, or as of currently, where we are dealing with most of the non-revenue water, that we have the leakages and unauthorized consumption, aging infrastructure from the pipeline systems that have been installed for quite a bit of time, and also for the meter inaccuracies. As Apex Piping, we are driving the SDGs forward, and our products are the backbone of the water system in these counties. And in every decision we make in the water sector, it contributes directly to the global progress of the Standard Development Goals. So our targets are, one, in getting to the SDG number 6, clean water and sanitation, in delivering resilient, leak-free piping solutions to ensure that we have universal access to safe water and reliable water. In sustainable cities and communities, the SDG number 11, where we have inclusive and efficient urban water systems. To support the growing population. SDG number 9, supporting modern water infrastructure with the durable products that you are able to offer in terms of piping solutions and also valve solutions. Climate smart infrastructure to ensure that all the infrastructure, as they relay water to where they're supposed, the water goes to the consumer, we are able to provide valves and products that get to withstand extreme weather and sustainability. At Apex, smart, sustainable, and integrated solution, it is not just our promise. It is not just the future of the water sector. It is the future, and it is us, who we are as Apex Piping. That's why we tend to offer reliable piping systems for robust infrastructure, smart valves for proactive network control, where we say that it's not just about the data, it is the data that is making or assisting us to make decisions that will be able to move our water sector ahead. In smart metering, in reduction of non-revenue water, data-driven billing, and also customer empowerment. So as Apex Piping, we are brand partners with one of the most reliable partners in valves, one of them being AVK Valves, and they have come up with technologies and innovations that are able to take us ahead as a water sector in Kenya. So one of the technologies we have been able to come up with are for pressure reducing valves, which are equipped with smart controllers, where we can be able to access data easily. Also, smart monitoring of the gate valves and position indicators, integration of this data with IoT platforms for ease of decision making, high performance resilient seated valves that will be able to sustain the harsh climatic conditions, and also sustainable climate smart infrastructure as we contribute to the SDG number 6, clean water sanitation, and SDG number 13, climate action. So I'll just play a short clip of some of the innovation that AVK has for one of the smart water management. Okay. I'm sorry for the little hiccup. So AVK has come up with technologies that are able to help us get data and also be able to control our water systems well. Okay, so that's just part of us who we are. A short tour of our factory, which is in Athi River. Since we can't get there, I just took you for a little bit. And now this is the innovations from AVK for our smart water management systems, where we can be able to relate the data and transmit and be easy for our decision making right from the offices. Now from AVK, one of the other brand partners that we have to support our mission in ensuring that the water sector has the reliable infrastructure are Zena water meters, where we are offering smart metering solutions to deliver accurate smart water meters that are tamper-proof and to reduce wastage in our billing systems. These smart water meters have remote reading and leak detection that will ensure you get proactive data and proactive information to ensure that you have sustainable systems. Data-driven utility management, where we have integrated smart metering solutions that enable smart planning and climate resilient service delivery to the water sector. This system for the smart watering, the Zena, can be able to be integrated with GIS and non-revenue water dashboard integration, so therefore you are assured of real-time flow mapping that supports zoning, diagnostics, and also fast repairs, therefore reducing the downtime that happens whenever there are leakages, and therefore customer service is assured. So I'll just take you through a short clip of Zena water meters.
Saving resources and managing supply networks efficiently is the top priority. The IUWS ultrasonic domestic water meter was developed to meet these challenges, combining maximum precision with innovative communication technology and thus enabling a wide range of smart applications in drinking water distribution.
Okay, thank you. So as Apex Piping, we say it's not just about data, it's about ensuring that this data communicates and that this data makes decision as part of us. As we are looking ahead, the digital transformation, I know our SDGs to the Vision 2030, we have come from far from the manual meter reading to the smart meters and now going to the IoT and the AI monitoring as we move through our pipeline systems. So looking ahead, these trends will reshape our water sector in one way or the other. And it's not just a matter of controlling the flow, it's also the reports, the positioning of our water infrastructure. It is the future, it is sustainability, and also intelligent and resiliency in our infrastructure. So these are just part of the innovations that we have come up with as Apex Piping to support the water sector in delivering services to our communities around. The future forward innovations include adoption of the smart water meters, the expansion of the IoT meters to ensure that the data gets to us in time, and AI-powered leak consumption prediction, reducing the downtime for the customers when you have the closing and all that. Efficient resource use, waste reduction, and system longevity. This comes from our product that are climate resilient, like the AVK and the water meters, and also the piping solutions that we offer. So thank you for moving along with me through my presentation. So as Apex Piping, we are saying that we are partnering for life and innovating for sustainability. Quality pipes will build resilience in our water systems, smart meters to drive transparency in our billing system and all that. Smart valves will give control to us of our infrastructure. So I welcome you to our stand at the exhibition center to come ask us questions as we liaise with one another to find the best solutions for our water systems. So once more, I will just take you back to the first video. I will just take you through our factory tour, so since we just can't be there right now. And thank you so much. I look forward to more collaboration as we build resilient, smart infrastructural systems in our water sector. And I look forward to more interaction with you throughout the conference. Thank you and have a lovely time.
Wapi makofi ya Madam Lucy tafadhali. Let's give her a big round of applause. Thank you, Apex Piping Systems, for your very innovative technologies. Between this and this, check. 1, 2, okay. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to move on to the next level, and we'd like to invite Tashingas, the band, to just give us a small interlude, even as we welcome you, as we receive you from the different areas you've come. But before they do that, I'd like us to get some little bit of activity. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, in the Kenya Water and Sanitation Exhibition Conference. Now, I have guys right at the end of this hall to my right. I don't know how populated they are. I will get to hear their noise. And I'll also have guys here, number 2, then number 3, then number 4, then we have number 5. So we are all going to say Kenya Water and Sanitation International Conference, but every aisle will say one word. So when I point to my extreme right, we'll say Kenya. Second guys will say water, and then the third row will say sanitation. The fourth row will say international. The last row will say conference. Then I'll come back to say exhibition, and then we'll all say 2005 as we close it. Are we together? We want to try that? Very good. So to my right, I am expecting the guys there. If you don't have neighbors, you can borrow, you can invite, you can do whatever you can, but give us some noise wherever you are, okay? So we start with there. Let's try. Second. International. Conference and exhibition. We all say 2020. Yeah, that is good practice. Sindio? Now let's try that again. To my extreme right. Exhibition. A good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Asanteni sana. That's what we are doing here. We are in the Kenya Water and Sanitation International Conference and Exhibition 2025. So, the Tashingas, the band, kindly give us a small interlude. We are just about to welcome our VIPs here. And as they do that, we have the front row reserved for our VIPs right in the middle aisle, the second row for our directors, and the third row also for our directors of various water sector institutions, and of course our MDs and the other, CEOs of the various institutions. You're welcome to occupy the front rows to my right and to my left. This is it. So karibuni sana. Tashingas, the band, please take it through as we await to receive the VIPs.
Sonya kirusha mikono sura umeikunja mbeo kufurahi mafanikio yangu ilikuwa tia mimi kuja kukueleza eti kaanza kusonya kirusha mikono sura umeikunja mbeo kufurahi mafanikio yangu ilikuwa tia mimi kuja kukueleza tuwa kwanza mimi kunifikiria niwe rafiki yangu chubani kuna watu tabia tu duniani. Kuna watu wasiopenda maendeleo. Ukiwa nacho chawauma ndani kwa ndani, achana nao waepuke. Tuna viatu, kuna watu na viatu duniani. Kuna watu wasiopenda maendeleo. Ukiwa nacho chawauma ndani kwa ndani, tunafanya nini? Achana nao waepuke. Haraka sana.
Asante sana.
count on it. And negativity love. Come hard. I don't buy you something a little bit wrong, baby. Just by saying to you, and there's no uniform, just a simple word. It's the one living in your separate world, but it's no uniform in the separate world. In the sacrifice,
Yes.
picture misunderstanding of all the ones. Sensitivity builds on risk in the funnel. When lost direction, lost the stomach down, so tears sit down you. When your loss is love, come hard.
Thank you. Thank you.
Something a little bit wrong, baby. Just like saying now there's no
Okay.
uniform.
Thank you, Tashingas. Asanteni, asanteni wana Tashingas. Wow. And now that's music. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the very elegant Tashingas, the band. Remember the word Tashingas means the brave. It's a Zimbabwean word, I'm told, and indeed their tunes are very brave this morning, belting through the air, just soothing our souls out as we are gearing towards another high-level engagement here about the Impact Report launch. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just at the verge of starting off our main day's program. For anyone who is out there in the hall, from out of the hall, kindly make your way into the hall. We are expecting our VIPs anytime in a short while. And so we would like to begin allowing everybody to come in so that we be seated. Just to remind you that we are indeed in the Kenya Water and Sanitation International Conference and Exhibition with our organizers, the principal sponsors being the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, the Council of Governors, the Mombasa County, and WASPA. We are really grateful for the effort they have put in. This conference has been organized through various committees, right at the executive level. We have the executive committee, the steering committee, the secretariat, the scientific and technical committee, STC, and the innovation and subcommittee, and that is really the team that is behind this conference. We appreciate the sacrifice of the many different ones that are working to ensure this is a success. We may not see them, but we will feel indeed their efforts in one way or the other. So really thank you so much, the organizing teams and committees to this conference. We indeed have sponsors that have stood out to support this course, right from our principal sponsors, followed by the platinum sponsor, who is Top Pipe Piping Systems, and the gold sponsors, the CPF, WASREB, who are indeed hosting this event this morning, the Water Fund. We are grateful for being the gold sponsors, and we also have the silver sponsors, Aqua for All Cooperative Bank, Apex Piping, Water.org, and Netherlands NL. We are really grateful for the very big support that you have brought forth as our silver sponsors. Thank you also for the bronze sponsors, the Family Bank, celebrating over 40 years now, the Kenya Accreditation Service. Thank you, Athi Waterworks Development Agency, Grundfos, Lab Fund, Upster Circle, NRF, the National Research Fund, Gatsby Africa, WIWAS, Women in Water Association in Kenya here, in water and sanitation here in Kenya, and our youth, the youth water and sanitation professionals here in Kenya. Thank you for your support towards this very, very awesome conference, the bronze sponsors for our conference. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you that our badges have all our information right at the back. You've got the program, there's a code for that, and even the event photos. Feel free to really scan that and be able to get. I believe that we also remember to carry along our meal cards because we will need them at the end, at the lunch hour break, just to be sure that you can grab us something to eat. We are also very grateful for the sector. The water sector has grown since 2002, when the reform started in earnest under the Water Act 2002 to date. We have seen close to 25 years of progressive reforms that have enabled our sector to grow in this country. And this is one of the days when we remember one of the key institutions, the regulator, who has been at the heart of enhancing these reforms that they take shape through regulatory frameworks. And as we gear forth to the impact report of number 17, we really appreciate the massive work that the regulator has done indeed to enhance performance and to continue making sure that the sector grows to where it is today and even further on. We also are grateful that as we are here, there are different dignitaries and different persons that have graced this occasion. I would like to invite all our directors of the water institutions, the water companies. We can use the first and second row. The front row is reserved for our VIPs. Our MDs can also use even our front rows on the left, to my right and to my left, and we are allowed to use this. All our other dignitaries, the CECs of various county governments, or the chief officers and directors from all those different county governments, you are invited also to utilize the front rows here to my right and to my left. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to just again give you an overview of what the day looks like. Remember, today the key morning event is the Impact Launch, but we'll have a plenary session after lunch, which will be followed by the official opening ceremony, and we are looking forward to a very engaging day. Today we are full plenary, no breakouts, because after the official opening, remember, we will have an evening cocktail where we will indeed mingle out, network, interact, and get to have some little fun in the midst of the busy conference. This is something that will continue to happen even over the week, as we shall continue to have engaging conversations right across the water sector. Remember, the themes that are guiding us in this conference revolve around various aspects, and I'd just like to remind you that in so doing, we want our minds to really engage around issues policy. We are geared towards ensuring that we converse around the matters of policy. We are also looking to have many more engaging discussions on matters innovation and innovative financing and climate for climate resilient water and sanitation. We are also looking at emerging technologies for the climate resilient water resource management, and we've already started yesterday with a host of sessions that were touching on all these thematic areas. We are also interacting around the innovations and technologies and market opportunities for the climate resilient sanitation, a very, very key part of our water sector now. And we are also looking at the climate impacts on water and resources for irrigation and sanitation, both in research and capacity strengthening for sustainable climate smart solutions. So these are part of the thematic areas that we are focusing on. Our program is loaded. It is having all dimensions of all these themes going on. Tomorrow and Friday, more conversations, more discussion panels, presentation speakers across all these thematic areas will continue to share their thoughts, insights, researches, challenging us to thought-provoking places of action. And I believe that the sector will never be the same again. We thank you so much for finding time to be in Mombasa. In a short while, I'll be inviting our main host of this event, WASREB, to just allow us to start off with this very important program that we have. They have put up for us a program. I believe as you're coming in, you're able to scan out the program of this session. Again, going digital, I believe we will still go paperless from this. And so kindly, ladies and gentlemen, familiarize yourself with that program. This is the day we want to know who is who in the water sector in terms of performance, and how is our health as a sector with respect to different areas of performance. And we would like, therefore, to receive this report today with all enthusiasm necessary to just allow us to keep sharpening up onto our service delivery into the nation. As we know, this sector is commanding quite a huge, reasonable amount of money in terms of billions in the sector, both in terms of infrastructure, service delivery, and all full cycle of research and all other aspects. I mean, this is big, it's growing, and we are grateful that this day we find ourselves in a conference where this continues to be a conversation going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my humble duty to recognize our very able Michelle Ngele, who will be our host for this event. Makofi ya dada yetu Michelle Ngele anapokuja kushika dau na kuendelea na shughuli hii, aendeleze shughuli nzima ya the impact report launch. I don't think that's good enough for her. Tafadhali delegates, makofi. Thank you. Karibu, my sister.
Thank you so much. Asanteni sana. Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. Habari za asubuhi jamani. Good morning. Have we had some tea, some breakfast? Do I give you time to have more? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the beautiful coastal city of Mombasa. My name is Michelle Ngele Odhiambo. I am a journalist and a news anchor from the Nation Media Group. On behalf of the Water Services Regulatory Board and our amazing partners from across the national and county governments, I welcome you to the official launch of the Impact 17 report, a celebration of 20 years of water regulation in the country. It will be a dynamic report, a very interesting program as we take accountability for where we are as a nation with regard to achieving SDG number 6, access to water and sanitation for all by the year 2030. Now, I know it's very, very early. We've had an interesting program already. I know some of you might have caught the first flight to come here. Many of you probably traveled overnight to be here for the launch of this report. Karibuni sana. We really, really do appreciate your effort to be here. And so let's take a moment of appreciation for all of us. Let's clap for ourselves for being here today. Thank you. It's a better clap than you gave me. So yes, it's good to clap for yourself. Now, if this is your first time attending the launch of an impact report, you are most welcome. If you've been here before, then you know the drill. We're in for insightful data, very bold conversations, and maybe even a few polite disagreements here and there, all for the good of the sector, right? Let's take a moment to appreciate ourselves a little bit more. I'd like to begin with a bit of a roll call, because I know we'll have a lot more people coming in the room. So let's just hear who here is coming from the coast region, representing Mombasa and coastal regions around the county. Let's have some noise. Make some noise like your budget depends on it. All right. Anybody representing Nyanza region? Great, we have a round of applause, people from Nyanza region. Who is coming from the eastern part of Kenya? Great, a round of applause. I know we have people far from North Rift, Kenya. Any representatives? North Rift, Kenya. Oh, there we go. A round of applause to you. Asanteni sana nyote kwa kuwa hapa leo. Now we've got several teams here that can help you settle in. We've got tea and light refreshments, which you've just had. We've also got fantastic live entertainment from the Tashinga. Tashinga is the band there. And we also have a lovely, lovely team of ushers. If you look around the room, you'll see ladies dressed in navy blue. They'll be there to assist you if you need directions, help with sitting. or maybe even just someone to talk to. The lovely ladies are all around the room. We'll begin the formal proceedings shortly, ladies and gentlemen, but for now, let me invite Tashinga's The Band to give us a little music as we wait for our chief guest in the beginning of what promises to be a very, very insightful conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana. Tashinga's. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the official program for the launch of the Impact 17 report. A round of applause for our distinguished guests, partners from across the private sector, civil society, national and county governments as they take their seat. A round of applause, please. Now, this impact report comes in the backdrop of the Water and Sanitation Conference. Key there is to track SDG number 6, achieving access to water and sanitation for all by the year 2030. The launch of this report is a celebration of a journey by the Water Services Regulatory Board, a journey that spans over 20 years to help us track how far we've come to giving Kenyans this very, very basic right. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are about to begin our official program. Once again, my name is Michelle Ngele Odhiambo. I am a journalist and a news anchor from the Nation Media Group. I invite you all, sector leaders, partners, friends, this morning, karibuni sana Mombasa, and welcome to the launch of the Impact 17 report. Now, on behalf of the Water Services Regulatory Board and our partners, I warmly welcome you all to this launch, which celebrates 20 years. Before we proceed, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to also just recognize warmly and acknowledge the presence of distinguished guests joining us this morning. So let's do a roll call once again. How many of us here are from the Nyanza region? Let's have a round of applause for ourselves. All right. How many of us here are from the North Rift region? I saw that. Another round of applause. Asanteni sana. All right. Let's begin with something light as we wait for the official start of the program, right? Many of us have had many myths about water. I don't know, maybe turn to your neighbor and tell them, what's the one myth you've heard about water? And I'll go first. Many people say borehole water doesn't spoil. Yeah, maji ya borehole hayaribiki. I don't know if bacteria agrees, but let's just share some of those myths we've heard about water, some of those that we will seek to demystify as the program goes ahead. All right, now allow me to recognize, ladies and gentlemen, now presence of leaders whose presence and partnership continue to shape the future of Kenya's water and sanitation sector. Our chief guest this morning is the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, Engineer Eric Muga, who is here, and we're honored for his leadership and presence in the water and sanitation sector. We also acknowledge the presence of the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, Mr. Julius Korir. Thank you, sir, for your commitment to service delivery in the sector. We also have with us the Water Secretary, Engineer Sao Alima, a man representing technical leadership and strategic alignment at the national level in achieving our goals in the water sector. We also have here with us the chairperson of the board of the Water Services Regulatory Board, Mr. Job Chirchir, who has been instrumental in steering regulatory oversight and strengthening governance in this sector as well. The acting chief executive officer of the Water Services Regulatory Board, Mr. Richard Cheriot, is also here. His stewardship has led to the successful preparation and the launch of this Impact 17 report that brings us all here this morning. We also have the chief executive officer of the Council of Governors, Ms. Mary Mwiti, who will be representing the critical county level leadership and partners in devolution, an important part of achieving SDG number 6. We also have the chairperson of the Water Caucus at the Council of Governors and the Governor of Laikipia County, His Excellency Joshua Irungu, who will be joining us, a man who has been championing county performance and sector coordination. We welcome you all alongside our development partners, the water service providers in the house, Waterworks Development Agency is also here, civil society representatives, as well as the technical teams, the exhibitors who are here, and of course the broader water and sanitation community from across the country. Thank you all for being here this morning. Now, once again, we invite you, for those who've never been, to the launch of an impact report. This is the 17th edition of the impact report by the Water Services and Regulatory Board. I'd like to begin the official program this morning. And before we begin, I'd like, as we do, to stand up and sing the Kenyan and East African national anthems.
Nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you all. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we officially begin our program this morning. And before we begin, let me also acknowledge the presence of PS, State Department for Irrigation, Ephantus Kimodo. A round of applause for his presence here today. Thank you all. Now, as a journalist, I often say that numbers tell stories, but in the water sector, numbers also save lives. As a mother myself, I dream of a country where my children and all children in Kenya grow up knowing that access to clean water and sanitation is a right and not a privilege. Yet today, this right remains unsecured for too many Kenyans across the country. According to the latest United Nations data with regard to the development goal number 6 agenda, 73% of Kenyans have access to safely managed drinking water services at home. And that sounds like a good number, 73%, but that means that 27% of Kenyans do not have access to safely managed clean drinking water. That 23% represents 15 million people. So we do have a long, long way to go. More data shows that about 31% of Kenyans have safely managed sanitation, only 31%. And only 38% have access to hand washing stations with soap and water. These are all statistics that may sound distant to you, that only about 11% of domestic wastewater is properly disposed of in the country. But they're not just distant statistics. When you go to the ground, you'll see real families bearing waterborne diseases. You'll see girls missing school during menstruation. You'll see communities dealing with environmental degradation. All right? We see many women lock long, unsafe hours just to get access to clean water and sanitation. And that is why we are here today to launch a report that has tracked our progress. And that is why Sustainable Development Goal number 6, access to water and sanitation for all, is so foundational. It's more than just a target. It's a commitment to equity, to dignity, and to human rights for millions and millions of Kenyans across the country. And so on behalf of the Water Services Regulatory Board and our partners, I warmly welcome you once again to the launch of this report. Now, as we begin, we'd like to hear from the voices we should be listening to a bit more often. Right? The younger children who are the future. We say they're the future of tomorrow, right? Let's welcome the team from, just a moment, the team from Mimi na Maji. This is a youth water parliament that has been vocal about achieving access to water and sanitation for all. We have a young change maker, Dorcas Musel, who has a presentation for us on why we should be prioritizing access to water and sanitation. So ladies and gentlemen, as well as the Tashingas, the band, please help me welcome Dorcas Musel to the stage. Another round of applause, please. Let's make her comfortable. Thank you so much, Dorcas. The stage is yours.
Takriban bilioni 1 ya watu huamka asubuhi kila siku bila maji na kuanza kuhangaika jinsi ya kuyapata. Karibia bilioni 1 ya watu hutembea kilomita kadhaa ili wazinyweshe familia zao. Mimi ni maji. Uhai na kifo ninavyo, lakini sana sana mtauona uhai. Tamu na chumvi, safi na tope. Mimi ni maji. Mimi ndimi suluhisho. Wengine hunipata tone tu, wengine hunipata kwa wingi. Na kama hamtanichafua, kama mtanitumia ipasavyo na kunitunza, basi sita kuwaonyesha tafakuri ya ajabu. Mimi ni maji. Nasaidia kurekebisha joto la mwili, kulainisha viungo na kusaidia ngozi yenye afya. Je, mwajua kuwa kila binadamu ana haki ya kupata maji ya kutosha, salama, yanayokubalika, yanayopatikana kimwili na ya bei nafuu kwa matumizi ya kibinafsi na nyumbani? Mimi ni maji. Nahofia kuwa mabadiliko ya hali ya hewa yanaweza kunikatiza sehemu zingine, ila matumizi mazuri yangu, yani kunitumia ipasavyo, basi hata vizazi vijavyo nitawatosheleza. Mimi ni maji. Mwapika nami, mwaoga nami, wengine unifahamu katika uzoefu wao wa uogeleaji. Je, mwajua kuwa 60% ya miili yenu ni mimi? Maji safi ni tiba, na tupo hapa kutoa tiba hiyo. Mimi ni maji. Shukrani.
Another round of applause for Dorcas Musel. And those are the young change makers, ladies and gentlemen, many of them watching what we are doing and the examples that we are setting. Dorcas Musel is from the Youth Water Parliament, representing bold thinking from the youth, accountability from young people, and of course, that is the example that we should be setting. Well, we now move to the core of today's agenda, the presentation of the impact report. Kenya's official water services performance scorecard really is what it is. How far have we gone? Every indicator in the report that we will be launching today, from water coverage to metering, from non-revenue water, to staff productivity, all of it has a story behind it. There's a lot of data, lots of numbers, but the question is, are we improving, right? What are the gaps? Where are the gaps? And which counties and water service providers are leading this, are championing this fight towards achieving SDG number 6. Now, to represent these insights and officially begin the launch of the 20-year anniversary handbook, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Richard Cheriot. He is the acting Chief Executive Officer of the Water Services and Regulatory Board. Tashinga the band, a round of applause, please. Mr. Cheriot, karibu.
Thank you very much, Michelle, and thank you very much for the presentation that we had from our young ambassador. The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, who is our chief guest this morning, Engineer Eric Muga. The PS in charge of water and sanitation, Mr. Julius Kurir. The PS in charge of irrigation, CPA Fantas Kimoto. Development partners, CEOs and chairmen of the national sector institutions, chairmen and MDs of water service providers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is good to see a full house this morning. As WASREB, we're really glad that we are having this launch within this international conference, which gives it prominence in terms of the way we would want to look at sector assessment. And therefore, we're really delighted as WASREB to have you this morning. I know Michelle has run around in terms of acknowledging where we come from as the different delegates, but I would want to, for the appreciation of our chief guest this morning, really do a quick round of introductions in terms of the different groups that we have. Let me start with the sector institutions. We are about 16 of us, the national water and sanitation sector institutions. I saw the CEOs, we have chairmen. I kindly request that you be upstanding to be acknowledged. CEOs, water sector institutions, please. So a round of applause for them. Thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate the partnership that we're having. Chairman of those institutions. We have development partners present. Yes, please. I can see a number of them. Thank you very much for coming. We have the civil society organizations. I saw at least KEWASNet, and I know there are a number of them that are here. Please. Thank you, Balesi, for being there. Thank you very much. The critical constituency of the people who are really looking forward to this event today. The MDs and representatives of the water service providers. I know we are the majority in the room. Could you please be upstanding? I guess those who are MDs, I don't know if we also have chairmen of the same institutions, chairmen of from the different water service providers. We also have the private sector represented here. This is an international conference. Thank you for also participating in the opening and in this launch of our report. The private sector, please. Last but not least, the members of the Fourth Estate, I'm sure we are represented here. We also have a partnership with the Nation Media Group in terms of coverage of this event. Please be upstanding to be acknowledged. So, Chief Guest, this is really the premier activity in terms of what we do as WASREB, because it does really give us a scorecard as a sector as to where we are in terms of, you know, the gains we have made in the last 1 year in terms of water and sanitation services. I know the skit that was presented earlier, she talked about water that is of good quality, water that is affordable. It is assessment that we are doing and presenting this morning that gives us an indication of where we are in respect of those metrics. So we are pleased that, you know, and really acknowledge the water service providers, without which, of course, we wouldn't be here today. As WASREB, we just collate and, you know, present sector statistics to the sector. But really, the bulk of that information collection in terms of the operational data that is that pertains to water service provision is really with the water service providers. And this event wouldn't have been possible without your compliance to the process of reporting and being open to transparency and accountability in terms of water and sanitation services. So we are here today to really take stock of our development in the last 1 year and really see and set the stage for the next 1 year in terms of where we would want to go. As we do this, of course, we are alive to the fact that we are only 5 years from the national targets and 5 years also from the international commitments of the Sustainable Development Goals. We have deliberately, you know, given the theme of regulatory compliance for equitable access to water and sanitation services as the theme for the report that we are launching today. Deliberate in the sense that we really want to ensure that we play within the standards that we have set for the sector and also ensure that we really make non-compliance unviable. We have set for ourselves sector targets, we have set for ourselves standards within which we have to play with, and it is only fair that we play within those standards. So as we launch this report today, we are calling on all stakeholders to really partner with us. We want to believe that, you know, you look at regulation as a partnership and not as a burden to you. As WASREB, we are committed to making compliance a fairly participatory process, a fairly, you know, consultative process in which we agree as to which, you know, targets we meet and as, you know, against, of course, the international obligations and the things that we have set for ourselves. So we will present highlights of the performance of the sector for 2024, but of course also cap it all in terms of awarding the winners in the different categories that we have jointly agreed as a sector as to where we would want to focus and push performance to. So I'll move straight to give the highlights. I'm doing that because also as I was introduced, I'm the acting CEO, but I'm also substantively the director in charge of monitoring and enforcement at WASREB. So allow me to now move to present the highlights of the performance for 2024. The team with the slides, please. I hope we are ready. So the report we are presenting this morning is for the period 2023-2024. I know we're doing this at the end of the financial year 2024-2025. We have committed ourselves as WASREB to really push this and have this assessment presented at least 6 months after the end of the financial year. So that is our target, and we really commit to realize that going forward. The next slide, please. So in terms of the outline, this is what I'll present. We could move faster, a bit of background in terms of what really sets the stage for the presentation of or the performance assessment that we are presenting this morning. We look at sector performance based on the agreed set of KPIs that we have agreed with as a sector. Look at sector financing requirements, just to give us an indication of where the gaps are in terms of financing. Then present on, as we look ahead, what are we looking at as a sector? And then give an indication of what we see as the focus areas going forward. We are creation, of course, of the Water Act 2016, of course, which was repealed in 2017, and which gives us those powers and functions under Section 72. They are listed from A to P. Listed from A to P, but I want to highlight Section 72M that gives us the mandate to report annually on issues of water supply and sewerage services and the performance of the relevant sectors, and publish that report. That is the report we are releasing today. Thank you for that. I think struggling a bit with the other mic. So I'll quickly give an indication of where we stand as a sector at a glance. We are presenting a report for 95 water service providers. Those 95 water service providers, 91 of these are public entities and 4 are private. We look at a population of about 30.94 million in the service areas of these utilities. We are aware that when you license water service providers, we license them on the basis of a clearly demarcated service area. And for those 95 water service providers, we're looking at almost close to 31 million people. Translated to national coverage, this is about 59% of the national population. But just to give an indication, this was moved by about 2.64 million people if you look at the last assessment that we did. The population served by these water service providers is about 21.5 million, an increase of 3.27 compared to the previous year. That is in terms of water services. But when you look at sewerage services, Chief Guest, that's where we still have a challenge because it's only 4.6 million people who have access to sewerage services. We will be presenting in a while what our thinking as WASREB is in terms of dealing with sanitation. It is no longer tenable to just look at sewerage sanitation services as a means of access to sewerage services. We have to really appreciate the other forms of sanitation, and we will be presenting to you what our proposal is in terms of assessment of sanitation going forward look like. It's an addition of 319 million people when you compare to the last assessment. We have 1.44 million water connections providing service, and about 408 thousand connection for sewerage. Good to notice that the sector is now able to generate close to 29 billion Kenya shillings. That is the turnover for all the water service providers. Water losses is still a big challenge for us. When we quantify that in terms of in financial terms, Chief Guest, it translates to about 11.9 billion Kenya shillings. It's almost slightly more than a third of the sector turnover. So it's really a challenge, and we appreciate that that was already factored
the allowable level of water losses of 20%. So if we were just able to secure and reduce non-revenue water to 20%, the sector would actually gain about 11.9 billion Kenya shillings. Service hours, we are doing about 18 hours on average across the 95 utilities per day, and the per capita water availability is 26 liters per day. The young ambassador that was here a few minutes ago told us that the water must be adequate. So 26 liters per day is not exactly adequate water services for domestic use, so we still fall short of the international standards. Water quality, we are at 89%. And the way we look at water quality, of course, for us is compliance to the required number of tests that are required to be taken, and of those tests that are taken, how many comply with the required standards. Next slide, please. The assessment that we do is based on an agreed set of KPIs. Those KPIs have been drawn from international obligations, the SDGs, but again, factoring in the constitutional obligation of the right to water services. So we have, clustered our indicators. There are 9 of them to 3 key clusters. Quality of service, and quality of service, we're looking at access, the quality of the water that is supplied, and reliability of that supply. The other cluster of indicators is economic efficiency. And economic efficiency, we're looking at how much are we spending on personnel compared to the total costs. How much are we spending on, how much are we collecting? Are we collecting what is due to us, if you look at collections against billing? And a critical aspect of sustainability, which is the extent to which we are able to cover costs from the revenues that we generate as utilities. Operational sustainability has 3 key indicators. One is non-revenue water, the one that I've just spoken to. The issue of staff productivity, how many staff have we deployed compared to the number of connections that we have. And then the level of metering, which is a measure of what consumers use. Of course, this is the 17th edition of the report we are launching, and I believe that we are now familiar with the 3 sets of colors, the traffic light colors, and we have adopted that to show where performance is good, where performance is acceptable, and where performance is not acceptable. So red basically shows where performance is not good. Yellow is acceptable level of performance, and green is a good performance. And from just looking at this, we have a long way to go. Access has improved, and we're happy that we've been able to increase water coverage by 5 percentage points. So the last assessment we did, we were at 65%. We are now able to present a coverage of 70%, an indication that the strategies we have put in place as a sector are indeed working. Drinking water quality has declined slightly from 90% to 89%, and this is really because of the number of samples that utilities take to give an indication of the quality of water that is applied. So it's not exactly that the water is doesn't meet the required quality standards, but it is an operational assessment aspect that has really declined between the 2 years. Reliability of supply measured in terms of hours of supply has increased slightly from 17 hours to 18 hours, but again we have a bit of concern because as much as reliability of supply is increasing, you noticed earlier that the per capita water availability is also decreasing. So it's a bit of, we're giving water for more hours, but again, what is consumed is per person is declining. Non-revenue water, the trajectory in the last 2 years had actually been good because we had moved from 45 to 43. But this year again, we have gone back to, we have declined. So we're losing 44% of what we produce, a critical concern for the sector. Staff productivity is fairly okay. We're doing 7 staff per 1,000 connections across all the WSPs. Revenue collection, a good indication that if the supply is available to our consumers, then they are ready to pay for the services that they are getting. So again, it's been consistently good. It's only last year that we declined below the 95 level of good assessment. Cost coverage, we see an increase. We saw an increase this year, but one thing you'll notice is that it's still below the 100% level that is the minimum required for you to give service from the revenues that accrue from the services you're giving. The sector target, of course, is ensure that utilities are sustainable. And the rule of the thumb normally is that if you don't recover at least 110% of your costs, then you can't guarantee the current level of service. So at 98%, we are still not able to provide service from the revenues that we get from water and sanitation sales. Seaward sanitation, like I said, as we declined to 15%. As much as the numbers, the population served increased, the rate at which population in the service areas of the utilities is increasing was higher. So the net effect of that was a decline in sewerage access. Sanitation coverage, and I need to put a rider to this. This is basic sanitation. When we subject ourselves, and you will see details in the report when we present how we measure against the SDG yardstick of the sanitation ladder. So this is basic sanitation. And so we still also have a long way to go in terms of ensuring that we have improved access to sanitation services. So in a nutshell, that is how we performed. The first 9 KPIs are used for ranking of the water service providers. Seaward sanitation, again, because sewerage is not available in all the water service providers. We don't use it for ranking. We had a bit of an issue until 2018 when we had sanitation being a shared mandate or being implemented across 2 different ministries. But now we are moving to have a specific KPI for sanitation services, and we will be sharing that in a short while. Next slide, please. So just an indication, I know I've mentioned this. Water coverage, 70%. The target for within the regulated service areas, again, we target 100%. But I'll mention that we have committed as WASREB that this is only 59% of the population. Going forward, we have mapped all the small-scale service providers, and part of the contribution to 5 percentage points increase in terms of access is really because of those small-scale service providers. We're now moving to incorporate all those in the rural areas, and we commit that Impact 18 should now be able to give us a national outlook in terms of access to water services. Non-revenue water, again, 44%. Our national target was 20% in the next 5 years, so we have a long way to go. But deliberate actions can actually get us to what we have set for ourselves. As WASREB, we don't believe that this is not achievable. We believe we can get there, and we are supporting water service providers through, provision of resources in the tariff for them to be able to address non-revenue water. I think what we need to do is ensure that the non-revenue water reduction plans that you have as utilities really address the situation on the ground, so that you don't, again, have a plan that is costed and financed, but at the end of the day, you're not able to realize the targets that you've committed. Seaward sanitation, 15%. The sector target is, again, 40% in the next 5 years. So we need to accelerate our actions towards our sector targets. Of course, the balance of the 60% will be closed by non-seaward sanitation access. Total sanitation, we are at 92%, and we need to get that to 100%. We've presented this, so the data we are presenting is for the 95 utilities, is for 59% of the population.
we have another 41% of the national population still under unregulated water services or unregulated services. Of course, with the 59%, we are serving 70%. So there's still another 30% also within the service areas of the utilities that aren't served. Just to give us an indication of how we've progressed, looking at the 3 clusters of KPIs. This is in terms of percentage. So quality of service still is the highest, but again at unacceptable levels, because this is 58% of what we would want. We've tried to factor in where we need to be for each of the KPIs, and against that, measured ourselves with a yardstick of 100%. So with 58% for the 3 sets of KPIs for quality of service. Operational sustainability is 48%, but we have a big challenge with economic efficiency, declining and really very low at 34%. So quite some work required to be done for this. Just a quick run through the KPIs. I again said the 3 levels of performance. So metering can be considered the best performing at 68% level of good performance, and only 24% being not acceptable. This is looking at the 95 utilities and how many are within the different performance ranges. The biggest challenge, of course, is within O&M cost coverage, where only 1% of the utilities are within the good level of performance. So it is really a call to all of us to support, to ensure that we are able to recover costs from the revenues that we get from water sales. So that is where we've performed in the 9 KPIs. A quick run through the KPIs. I think I'll quickly run through this. Water coverage, we've presented this. 70% is 21.5 million, an increase of 17.9. I need to mention here that the bulk of the contribution to that increase is really because of the mapping of the small-scale providers that we did. The population in the service area increased by 9.5% to 30.9. So if you look at the 2 figures, the net effect of that is that the people served increase at a higher rate compared to this, and that's why our coverage has moved from 65 to 70%. On the right, we present the performance across the different size categories. We have clustered our water service providers into 4 size categories. The very small with less than 5,000 connections, medium up to 10,000 connections, large up to 35,000 connections, and anyone above 35,000 connections would actually be considered very large. So that is the performance across, and you can see that the main contributor to this improved access is really from the very large water service providers. So I mentioned about the mapping of the small-scale providers. We've mapped close to 9,000 systems, but in this year, we were able to validate data for about 3,257 of those systems. Those are the ones we've incorporated in the performance assessment that we are presenting. Next slide, please. How do we compare across the 47 counties? So this is how we stand, from the lowest of about 1% in West Pokot to the highest in Nairobi of about 81%. So that is the spread of water access. And again, I need to mention that this is only for the numbers we have, the numbers we've assessed. So the contribution, this status will change as and when we bring on board the other category of operators that are currently not under regulation. Water quality again, we are at 89%. Those number of tests, I think I'll not get to the number so much, and where we stand in terms of compliance. So this is how we performed, and generally acceptable level of performance across the 4 the 4 size categories. An acceptable level of performance is at 90%. So we just fell short of that by 1 percentage point. Hours of supply, we did mention this. So we're doing 18 hours per day. That would be considered a good level of performance. But again, if you look at the per capita water availability, we are not doing very well. So the reliability of supply has really to go in tandem with the amount of water that is consumed per person per day. But that's how we've again performed across the different size categories. The lowest, of course, is within the medium category. Non-revenue water, I said the sector average is 44%. We produced 461 million cubic meters of water, and we're losing close to 203 million cubic meters of water as non-revenue water. So that is where we are in terms of the sector, the different size categories. Again, medium happens to be the one with the highest levels. We go down to disaggregate this in terms of how much we are losing for the different size categories in monetary terms. I did give a figure of 11.9 billion. The contribution from the very large utilities is about 9.2. Again, because the very large utilities, as much as their numbers are low, they control a good proportion of the sector statistics. Large, we are at 2.2 million in terms of water losses, monetary terms, medium 0.3, and the very small ones at 0.2. But you can see here the percentages across the 4 size categories again. The very large category has a very large influence in terms of the national average. So 44% is actually what we have as the national average, and that is the figure that we have for the very large utilities. Personnel expenditures. The sector has a workforce of 12,641 people, and we are spending 13.9 million out of a total cost of 29.5 billion. That translates to the 47% that we presented earlier. Across the different size categories, the sector benchmark is below 30%. So we really way above what we would expect as a sector in terms of what we are spending on personnel against the other costs. The implication of course of which is that we are, there's a likelihood that we're denying resources for the other critical areas of operations. And could this also be a contributor to the high level of water losses, that we are not able to deploy adequate resources to deal with water losses? It's something that we need to have a candid conversation on. Revenue collection. As a sector, we, having assessed this for quite a while, we can confidently say that consumers are ready to pay for their services, because we no longer have a challenge in terms of people pay for services. Now the challenge is on us to ensure that we provide the services to them. Except for last year when we slightly declined to 93%. For a very long time, we had actually said this KPI was a candidate for retirement, because we felt as WASREB we no longer have a challenge with collecting revenues for the services we provide. So we're doing well in terms of collections. And this is a conversation we can have as to whether we still need to continue reflecting on this, or we can now look at something else if this is no longer a challenge for a majority of the utilities. Next slide. O&M cost coverage, we had mentioned this. We are below 100%, the really bare minimum that we had as a sector goal. So the revenues we generate are about 28.8 billion against a total cost of 29.5 billion. So that is still presents a gap in terms of the required level of revenues. The tariffs we set for the utilities, really that we have incremental improvement of cost recovery. The sector target we have given ourselves to be considered as fully cost recovering is 150% of the O&M costs. So at 98%, we still have a long way to go. And shortly, we'll likely be presenting how the status looks like in terms of what is the cost of service against what we charge as tariffs to the water service providers. Again, the biggest challenge is for the very small and medium utilities. For the very large utilities, they are fairly okay, but again still below the required levels of cost recovery. Just comparing, again linking the slide that we had before to this, just to compare across the different size categories. The first bar is the unit cost of water produced. The second is the unit cost of water billed. The difference, of course, is now because of inefficiencies. So let me just pick the national average for 23-24. The unit cost of water produced across the 95 utilities is 64 shillings. Because of inefficiencies, and of course, this is highly attributed to the level of water losses, the unit cost of water billed is 104 shillings. The current tariff is at 105. The difference of 9 shillings per unit is either filled in by subsidy or a decline in quality of service. So we need to push the tariffs to meet the cost of water billed, but of course work on this other side, that the cost of water billed compared to the cost of water produced is not as much. Yeah? And those calls for efficiency improvements at the utility level. Just to give us an indication of where we are again, and linking up to the one we had, because under the sector financing framework and the agreed financing plan of NAWASIP, we have these financing requirements, and we're happy that the chair of the CHE committee on water is here, so that, because these are contributions that we all need to make. We require 995 billion, but I just need to mention that of the 995 billion, the 519 was business as usual, a potential private sector injection of about 395 billion. The user tariffs, we are supposed to contribute 23 billion. So if you link that to the slide that we had before, it's clear that, if NAWASIP was from 2023 to 2030, we need as a sector from revenues or consumer contributions generate about 23 billion. As it is, we are currently falling short in terms of even the cost of service, leave alone generating additional revenues for investments. So we need to move and be deliberate, and as WASREB, we have that policy commitment that the tariffs that we set for the utilities have to ensure that we provide a component for investments. Of course, linked also to assessments of affordability by the consumers in the different areas. So we need to, when we relate this to the slide we had before, it's a call on all of us to ensure that the tariffs we implement not only give us enable us to give service, but also generate revenues for additional investments to be able to expand services. Of course, the financing plan had a funding gap of for the 3 billion that again needs to be closed. When we do performance assessment, Chief Guest, one of the things we have realized that the sector is not exactly we could be talking about different challenges, including, of course, the one that we've just discussed about financing. But again, a bigger challenge that faces the sector is issues around governance. And working with key stakeholders, we did develop a KPI that looks at utility performance in terms of on matters of governance. That indicator has 6 sub-indicators that looks at utility oversight. The utility oversight basically addresses the issues of the board composition in terms of the process of bringing on board the directors, the performance of those directors once onboarded in terms of the number of meetings that they have, in terms of compliance with the requisite competencies, in terms of compliance in terms of constitution of the different committees as per the corporate governance standards that have been set. Then financial management is critical because boards are there to oversight management. Then human resources, aspects of gender balance, aspects of ethnic diversity, and of course meeting the minimum or the standards that have been set, because the different utilities have the requisite, we've agreed on requisite competencies to be able to run operations of different water service providers. Provision of information to consumers, service standards, and of course user consultation. Issues around the provision of information to our stakeholders, having websites that are updated. And this is how we performed. The best was in service standards, followed by human resources. We still have a challenge with financial management at 51%. We didn't present a comparison to the last financial year because the KPI was modified from last year because we launched the Corporate Governance 2024 last year. So the basis for measurements slightly changed, and so we couldn't exactly compare with the performance in the last period. The other aspect that we have is a proper assessment. Proper assessment is really with the mantra of leaving no one behind. So as utilities provide services, are they being selective in terms of the provision of those services, or there is equity in terms of service provision? So this speaks to the issue of ensuring that there is equitable access to water services. We have again a set of 4 sub-indicators. The policy, an assessment of policy, the requirement that you have a policy that addresses issues to do with service provision to vulnerable populations within your service areas. How you've organized, because we require that as you provide that service, you have a function that is dedicated to looking at those aspects. Financing, you have a plan, but do you have a financing plan that addresses the requirements in that plan? And then of course issues of equity. So this is what we have. So 75% of the WSPs have an approved PROPOA policy approved by the board of directors of those utilities. 70% have a function, which is really critical. The establishment of a function is critical to implementing the activities in the plan. And then 75% have a budget that is specific to the low-income areas. The requirement is that, depending on the proportion of your population within the low-income areas, then you set your budget to be in line with that. So that if you have 30% of your population in the low-income areas, then at least 30% of your income should be able to be set aside for these areas, addressing the issue of per capita, budget provision. Then 52% of the WSPs have an LI per capita budget that is greater than 1/3. So this again speaks to the issue of, depending on the proportion of population that you have in these low-income areas, have we, set aside budgets that align to that requirement. Credit worthiness, as we look at the 395 million that we have as potential private sector financing, it's critical to appreciate where we are in terms of credit worthiness. We've done, we do credit worthiness assessment for the water service providers to provide an indication of where the different utilities are. And I need to mention that this year, we have an assessment of 94 water service providers. So we only missed one because we didn't get the audited financial statements. So we're almost presenting as a status for all the water service providers. The average performance improved again from 35.5 to about 37.2%. But we can again see against the shadow credit rating assessments where the 94 water service providers are standing. So this is really, for us as WASREB, we present this for potential financiers really to look at this, and then of course look at how we can support our water service providers to access commercial financing. Looking ahead, just to mention, and we will have a more in-depth discussion on this. We have a session in the afternoon to look at a bit of the technical assessment that we do. But we're looking at unbundling the sanitation KPI. We had support from one of the partners, and I'm happy to really appreciate the support we got from the water and sanitation for the up and poor. I saw the country manager here. We were supported to develop that KPI on sanitation. The plan is to roll it out from next impact onwards. And it takes the form of, 6 sub-indicators, looking at what is safely managed sanitation, how much of the sanitation that you provide can be considered as safely managed, taking 25% of the score. For on-site sanitation management, looking at fecal sludge management, a weight of 15%, wastewater management, another 15%, financing, 15%, policy, 20%, and 10% for customer engagement. We have piloted this in 10 water service providers in 9 counties, and we have results, and we believe that we can now confidently roll out this, and we'll have a deeper conversation with the water service providers tomorrow, so that as we assess you next year, we are all agreeable to the assessment framework that we are laying out. We have the citizen engagement standards, and we are launching those standards today. Those standards seek to ensure that we have deliberate engagement of citizens and have their input in service provision. So this is the other KPI that we are looking at. And under citizen engagement, if you could go back a bit, we're also looking at 4 specific areas. One on policy. Do we have a policy on service provision? If you just go back one slide before. Yeah, policy and structure, again, just like we had for ProPoor. Do we have a policy to deal with citizen engagement? Have we established a structure? And a structure would just be, a function, and that function doesn't have to be really manned by so many people. It could be a function, and you just have somebody to deal with citizen engagement issues. Finance and planning. We have plans, and we have deliberate engagement activities for our citizens. Are those activities planned? Are those activities financed? So that is what we will assess under the 4th dimension, the 2nd dimension. Then service standards again. Our standards measuring. We have commitments in our service charters. Are we living to those aspirations in those service charters? So we will also be measuring that. And then, of course, the issue of now, again, user consultation. So this is the other one that seeks to really have a deliberate, engagement of our stakeholders and have them input to the services that we're giving. So we will allocate weights and assess the utilities performance of these 2 KPIs from next impact onwards. This should be my last slide. This is where we believe we should focus our attention in going forward. Of course, we need to scale up access as we scale up to close the gap of 30 percentage points. But again, critical is service access to the 41% of the population that are not currently getting regulated services. The next one is enhance sector investments, one from internally generated resources, but again, mobilize financing from other sources. And that's why we present the credit worthiness assessment to really tap into potential commercial financing. And as we look at this, we really look at not just increasing financing, but again, really making those, ensuring that we have capital efficiency for the resources that are deployed. Address water losses, I think we don't need to belabor this. It's a challenge. It's really denying the sector of the much needed resources. Losing more than 30% of what we bill is really an issue of concern. Enhance commercial viability. We have looking at the level of sustainability of our different water service providers. We need to do something on their viability. Governance is if we are to tie up all these things, a big challenge that is facing the sector is really issues around governance, and increasingly, we're really ensuring that we tie compliance to any of the interventions that we are having for the sector. And we're happy that the new programs that the ministry is rolling out, if you talk about K-Wash, we have really factored in issues of compliance in that financing framework. And we have a specific DLI that looks at compliance by the utilities that are going to be supported under that program. The issue of resilience, I think we had a very engaging session yesterday on the need to really embrace resilience, both in terms of climate resilience and ensuring that the systems we put up are really climate resilient. To tie up all that, of course, is the need for sector coordination. We cannot overemphasize that. We need to really talk to each other as sector players and see what we need to do. So I'll stop there in terms of really giving highlights as for the sector. We will, after we do the other activities in the program, then now get to see where we stand as there is different water service providers in terms of our performance. I think critical as we get to that function is really the issue around, I know we can only have one best performing water service provider. The critical question for all of us is from where we are, what are we doing to push ourselves upwards? So thank you very much. Let me hand over to Michelle at this point. Asante.
Sorry, asante. Asante sana. Another round of applause for Mr. Richard Cherioti. He is the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Water Services and Regulatory Board, and a very deep analysis there of the Impact 17 report. A lot of data that shows us that really progress has been done, but also showing us that a lot more needs to be done. Now, it's a lot of data. I know many of us can you hear me? I know many of us are already tracking, for different counties and service providers, whether their KPIs aligned with the data that's been shown here today. And we'll be looking at whether that is true. But to allow our minds to catch up with that data, I'll allow us to all stand up, please. Our lovely, lovely band can give us some little music as we shake off all the data on our backs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all be standing, please. Breathe in. They say breathe in like the tap just opened, and exhale like your water provider hit 100% coverage, which essentially is the dream for all of us. Tashinga the band, please give us some music. And as they do that, ladies and gentlemen, we live in the age of social media and communication. I believe you all have a phone. Let's all just bring out our phones, tafadhali. Tutoe simu, kama uko na simu. Let's have your selfie. Your selfie camera, please locate your camera, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. We're taking what we call a sector selfie. Yeah. Everybody must know we're here. They must know that we've launched the 17th edition of the Impact Report. So if your camera is ready, ladies and gentlemen, 3, 2, 1, let's all take a sector selfie. Band, please give us some music. Asanteni sana. So if your selfie is ready, we already have a hashtag, and that is hashtag Impact 17 Report Launch. Hashtag Impact 17 Report Launch. So we expect to see at least 100 selfies in the next 5 minutes. Our social media team will be monitoring them. If possible, we'll have some of them on the screen right behind us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I also got some complaints. Those who said we didn't really acknowledge the sector where all of us come from. So as Sashinga the band gives us some music, I'd like us to just acknowledge everybody who is here. So let's start with the regions, all right? You can scream, you know, maybe your budget, in fact, scream like your budget depends on it, because we have the cabinet secretary here, ladies and gentlemen. So let's begin with the coast. Who is representing Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, and Taita Taveta counties? Ladies and gentlemen. Nobody here is coming from the coast. All right, absolutely. We applaud and appreciate all of you. Who is coming from the Rift Valley, Eldoret, Bomet, Nakuru, and Laikipia counties? A round of applause. Pigeni kelele pia, tuwasikie mko wapi? Asanteni sana. Very big round here from Rift Valley. Who is coming from Central Kenya? Nyeri, Murang'a, Kirinyaga. Kiambu, Nyeri. There we go. Thank you all. The capital city of Kenya, Nairobi County. There you go. Thank you for the noise. Mr. CS, I hope you see that the most energetic team is from Nairobi, so when you're considering budgets, please consider that. Eastern and Northeastern, Isiolo, Kitui, Garissa, Marsabit, Meru, Embu, where are you? There we go. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate your presence. And finally, we all have our national leaders. Let's have you give yourselves a round of applause as we all applaud you. Asante sana. Thank you. Thank you all so very much. May all be seated now. Thank you so much. Now, I'd like to give a few minutes to Thomas Odongo, the chairman of the Water Services Providers Association, just to give a few remarks, especially his thoughts on the analysis of the Impact 17 report, which is essentially a scorecard of where Kenya's water and sanitation sector currently is. Mr. Thomas Odongo, please approach the stage. All right, he may not be in studio. So let me call the CEO of the Water Services Providers Association, Anthony Njaraba. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you all so much.
Please call the chair for me. I'm not the CEO, I'm not the chairman, lest I lose my job. But I take this opportunity. Chairman, I just stepped out shortly. There is another chief guest coming. The CEO of CPF, Dr. Jose Akili, is joining us shortly. So he's just going to pick him. I'd like to, on behalf of WASPA, take this opportunity to thank all of you. And at the time when we were recognizing most of the institutions, we forgot to mention other national government institutions that are here, like the National Treasury. I know they're here. Are they here? Please shoot up your hand. Oh, I saw them. We may lose money. Hey, please. Simama to recognize you, please. National Treasury. So if you're here and you're looking for money, they are here. They can give you the approval immediately. We also have other institutions away from the water sector and the National Treasury. We also have other institutions from government that have come to join us. Kindly be up, just stand up wherever you are so that we just appreciate you too. Other government? Yes, yes. I know that is Kenas. We have others also from the Ministry of Transport and also Ministry of Energy. Thank you so much. This is a wonderful conference that brings together all of us across the country. And as we move forward, we'd like to have a conference that not only brings us from across the country, but also beyond the borders. We'd like to have a report like this across the entire continent. And if we do it for the continent, then we can take over Africa. And I was looking at the figures, 5% increment per year. By the way, it's possible to get to 2030 with around 95% or thereabout at the progress that we are doing. If we know we'll be able to mitigate the few challenges that we have, 5% here, 10% here. all that is possible. So we'd like to as water service providers, who form the bulk of the content and the material that is here, to appreciate each and every one of you that is participating in a big way. Can I have all the water service providers standing up once again? Three-quarters of the hall. So these are the people. Jipigieni makofi, tafadhali. Jipigieni makofi. Asante sana. So my chairman, Mr. Thomas Odongo, has just walked in. So I would like to take this opportunity. Chairman, I was buying time for you so that I can keep my job. Please come. I know my job is now safe. Asanteni.
Our chief guest, CS Water and Irrigation, of course, a product of the water sector, Engineer Eric Muga, PS in charge of water and sanitation, PS in charge of irrigation, the water secretary, governor, the chair of the water caucus at the COG, the CEC in charge of water from the various counties, the board chairs of the national water sector institutions, the CEOs of the sagas present, the board chair of water service providers. I know you're anxious, but I recognize you, the MDs as well of the water service providers, development partners, civil society. It is my pleasure to share with you the perspective of water service providers when it comes to regulation. As WASPA, what we do is to champion, first and foremost, self-regulation. We look at us internally first before external regulation. The other thing that we do is, in as much as external oversight is important, but internal oversight is of utmost importance, so that when the time comes for external oversight, it's just to come and validate what we have been doing. And where we are not complying, we agree on how to improve on that. So regulation actually adds a lot of value when it comes to water service provision. And of course, from the highlights, you've seen that we have areas of improvement. And of course, we still have pain points. So the areas of improvement, I can say, and if you can track what was in the last impact and what we have today, it's because once this report is released, then internally we go back, retreat, and say, how can we improve going forward? I want to appreciate our regulator, who is doing a very good job, and is actually recognized globally as one of the best regulators. As the acting CEO said, it's about collaboration, it's about discussion, it's about objectivity, and it is about agreeing on how we can serve our people better. It is about consumer protection. These are the people that we do serve. A brief background on Water and Sanitation Providers Association. We were registered in the year 2002, and we look at three key areas. One of those areas is capacity development of our members and their staff, and we have various programs to do that, tailor-made courses, local and international benchmarks. That is one of our key result areas. Number two is members' engagement and development. We hold bi-monthly meetings, and during these meetings, we do discuss performance. And one of the things that we take very seriously is non-revenue water. A bit disappointing that we haven't improved. My wild guess was that we were going to improve. So there's something that we have missed, and we are going to ensure that we get to understand where we went wrong. Because to move from 43 to 44%, I mean, that's almost a billion shillings. So not a very good thing. The other thing that we do is advocacy and communication. There are certain pain points that bedevil water service provision, and through advocacy, we are able to engage the various stakeholders and come up with solutions. Of course, working very closely with the ministry. The highlights we've been given, I think the areas that we have improved, the major ones, of course, is water coverage, which is a good thing. We want to closely move towards the 100% water coverage. And I really want to appreciate the regulator for embracing the small-scale water service providers. They do play a key role. And the data they're collecting through the licensed WSPs. So I want to assure the regulator that we will continue to support you in terms of mapping out the small-scale service providers so that we have a true picture of our coverage. The other area of improvement, ladies and gentlemen, is on revenue collection. This is very, very good. The chair of the Water Caucus at the COG, our main challenge when it comes to revenue collection is payment by the county government. So you really need to pick this up as the chair of the Water Caucus and discuss with your fellow governors to prioritize payment of water bills. The WSPs are fully owned by the county governments. The least to expect is the county governments to honor their obligations. It is at times painful when you go the punitive way and disconnect county government institutions. We don't want to go that direction. Our business is not disconnection. Sanitation coverage, we are happy with the pilot that was done. The new KPIs, I think the next impact we are going to be is going to be part of the ranking. But sanitation covering, we are doing well. We are at 92%, I think, from the figures, which is very, very good. So I want to urge all WSPs, embrace sanitation, bring in partners so that we can provide dignity to the people that we serve. Now, areas where we have gone down, this calls for soul searching, and MDs who are here, we cannot go down on water quality. You saw the figures, water quality, we have gone down. Of course, non-revenue water, I don't want to overemphasize that. The other thing, credit worthiness. Ladies and gentlemen, the way to go, and one of the themes of this conference, is innovative financing models. These financing models can only be crafted if we are credit worthy. And you saw the figures, financial management, we are at 51%. As the chair of WASPA, I think that is disappointing. And as we retreat to our next bi-monthly meeting, our chief guest, I want to assure you that this is something that we are going to pick up so that when we're in a forum and development partners get the scorecard, then they can see something that they can put their fingers on. We have commercial financiers here, we have banks, we have pension funds who are here. Yeah, so creditworthiness is a key thing. It is a key thing. When I say yes, I want to inform you that as part of the innovative financing solutions, as WASPA, we have partnered with County Pension Fund, CPF, and we have established a water sector investment fund. Siata mpigeo makofi. We already have the first cohort of projects that are going to be financed by that fund. And I believe it's going to go a long way in reducing the financing gap and also enhancing the sector investment. Governance challenges, I think this, together with the regulator, the ministry, and the county governments, these are things that I'd say that we are up to task. Commercial viability. This again is very, very important, and I can assure you, Chief Guest, that we are all working towards commercial viability, be whichever category, very large, medium, small, we are working towards that. Resilience, sustainability. The third theme of this conference is climate resilience. Everything we do, from concept to planning to execution, we must ensure that we factor in the element of climate resilience, because climate change is real. And if we don't factor in climate resilience, we'll wake up one day and there's no water in the tap. I always say water does not come from the tap, okay? Therefore, we must look at the quality and quantity of water. Quality and quantity of water right from the catchment to the tap to ensure sustainability. When I say yes, I want to stop there, but really to appreciate the mood that we've had from yesterday, sorry. We had a very successful first day yesterday. The panel session, the opening panel session, actually looked at issues of climate resilience and really broke it down in a manner that we all understand. After that, we had breakout sessions, which went all until late evening after 6. So it was very, very successful. And today, this impact report and the figures that we've been given here tell us a story. And the story they tell us is that there's work to be done, and this work is to be done by the leadership of the water sector institutions who are here. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. That is Thomas Odongo. He is the chairman of the Water Services Providers Association. Another round of applause for him, please. Now, the impact report, we've just seen the data and analysis, is now in its 17th edition. But this was introduced by the Water Services Regulatory Board in 2005 as a tool for accountability, transparency, and data-driven decision-making. In 2005, there was really little benchmarking. Benchmarking was rare, performance data was often unavailable, and so at that time, impact set a new standard. And today, 17 years later, we're seeing impact growing into one of the most trusted regulatory tools in Kenya's water and sanitation sector. And so at that point, and as we mark 20 years of regulation in Kenya's water sector, it is important to recognize those who have provided oversight, who provided support, as well as direction, even through complex transitions. The WASREB board itself has also given a lot of support, pivotal role in ensuring that the regulator remains balanced, remains independent, and remains data-driven. And so, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the board chair of the Water Service Regulatory Board, Mr. Job Chirchir, to share his reflections as well as a vision ahead, because after this report, then the question is, what next? Mr. Chirchir.
Cabinet Secretary, the PSS present, my fellow chairs, CEOs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I left out the most important person, the representative of the Council of Governors, Governor Irungu. If we had governors like you, the water sector would have gone far. I've met you severally. When I was chairman Kenya Forest, you gave us a lot of assistance and a lot of support. Even now here at WASREB, you are the most supportive, most understanding, and most collaborative governor we have. I'll read my speech, but I'll shorten it in the interest of time, because I think we are late by about 1 hour. So I'll shorten the speech, but I'll just capture some of the areas that I think are of importance. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to witness the presence of so many of us gathered here today for the launch of the 17th edition of Impact Report for the year 2023-2024. I sincerely thank you for the continued support and unwavering commitment to the advancement of the water services sector. The Impact Report is more than a collection of data and statistics. It's a comprehensive account of our collective journey, highlighting the challenges encountered and the progress achieved in the regulation of the sector. It plays a critical role in promoting transparency, accountability, benchmarking, performance, monitoring, and stakeholder engagement. Water coverage, cost recovery, and revenue collection efficiency are the most important aspects that the presentation showed us. WASREB has made a significant progress in strengthening regulatory frameworks, enhancing the quality of service delivery, and deepening stakeholder engagement. And for people who may not be aware, WASREB has won all continental titles. Baka, we don't have a space in our cabinet where to place those trophies. And virtually every month, we have a country from West Africa, from South Africa, from Malawi, from East and Central, coming to benchmark. So you should give us a clap for that. So as when WASREP is doing so well, and there are some good news that came out yesterday, I will allow more relevant people to pass that information. I think it's in recognition of the progress that has already been done in the sector. And it's such a pity that whereas most of us, most of the WSPs have made progress, we still got a few people, a few areas, a few counties that unfortunately, there is problems. The chairman of WASPA has just spoken, and we are very happy with most of you. But then again, when he says that the WSPs are owned by the counties, ownership doesn't amount to malfeasance. We got places, like now as a board, we made a decision to put 2 WSPs under administration. And unfortunately, one of them is Mombasa. Because of the negative interference that's coming from the county. We have tried, we have had meetings. I've even personally come with some of my board members and the management. But I know we have a case in court, but it's been caused by the negative interference, and we have tried, and we continue trying. But as a regulator, we can't be winning trophies outside and failing to play our role here at home. That was not in the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the ongoing efforts to enhance regulatory effectiveness and ensure responsive water service delivery, the enactment of the Water Service Regulations 2025 have been revised to align with the Water Act 2016, including the amendments undertaken in 2024. I would like to appreciate the Ministry of Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation for successful processing services regulation in addition to National Water Policy and National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, NAWASIP. Ladies and gentlemen, to carry the consumer along with the recent policy changes, WASREP has developed a mechanism, citizen engagement standard, a landmark achievement in our regulatory journey. This standard serves as a comprehensive roadmap to consumer engagement in the water and sanitation sector. It outlines complaints management, reporting mechanism, framework for complaints handling, and a structured consumer sanitation plan, and indicators to measure the effectiveness of consumer engagement efforts. Further, I will not read the whole thing. It's something I wanted to read about where we are engaging with the counties. Ladies and gentlemen, through the bulk water licensing framework, WASREP regulates the transfer of water I wanted to, the issue of bulk water, because it's a great area of concern. We have licensed water service provider, bulk water service providers under clearly defined bulk supply agreements. Allow me to highlight key projects where this regulatory framework is currently being applied. In Kiambu County, the Karimenu 2 Dam, a flagship initiative under Water Vision 2030, has a storage capacity of 26.4 million cubic meters and supplies approximately 70,000 cubic meters of water per day to urban centers including Kiambu, Ruiru, Juja, Katundu, and parts of Nairobi. The principal off-taker is the Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. Another significant initiative is the Northern Connector Tunnel, an 11.8-kilometer underground system designed to harness floodwaters from the Maragua, Kigige, and Irati rivers. The infrastructure contributes approximately 140 million liters of water per day to Nairobi's water supply system, directly benefiting an estimated 1.2 million residents across Nairobi, Murang'a, Kiambu, Kajiado, and Machakos counties. In the coast region, the Coast Bulk Water Supply Project, managed by the Coast Water Works Development Agency, sources water from Sima Springs, Marere Springs, and the Paricho well field, hosting a capacity of over 150 million liters per day. This system serves 5 primary off-takers: Mombasa, Tavevo, Kwale, Kilifi, and Malindi WSPs. Across these systems, WASREF's bulk licensing framework continues to ensure accountability, transparency, and high standards in water service delivery. I will not read the rest. So with those few remarks, wish you the very best. Let's continue. Governance. Everybody knows. I think we go to these seminars, these workshops. Everybody knows what they are supposed to do. But why do we do these other things? The county, you own the WSP, but you own it on behalf of the people of your county. But where we get situations, let me not speak too much, but I hope there will be improvement.
Thank you so much. That was an interesting presentation. Let's give him another round of applause. All right, we'd like now to shift our focus to the counties, because the counties are now at the front line of water service delivery. When we talk about laying infrastructure, laying pipes, connecting taps, serving citizens, all of this happens at the grassroots level on the ground, and counties right now seem to be the bridge between policy and the people. And so, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is the chair of the Water Caucus at the Council of Governors. He is deeply involved in shaping and influencing how counties prioritize water and sanitation. Please give me a big round of applause. The band, please give us a drum roll as we welcome the Governor of Laikipia County, His Excellency Governor Joshua Irungu.
Okay. I'm not the governor for Laikipia, but we have slightly changed that area. And I'd explained, I think I was not understood. Otherwise, allow me to stand on the protocols that have been laid since morning when the CEO of WASREP started and all the speakers that have come here. But I recognize the presence of our Cabinet Secretary Engineer Eric Muga, the PSS for water, PS for irrigation, and the Governor Irungu was here. The Governor Irungu is a waterman. And all of you, MDs and chairpersons who are here, good morning. God is good. And all the time. So I'm Engineer Lima, the Water Secretary. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you for being here. Cabinet Secretary, as you have seen, we are now at 70% water coverage. When we launched the first impact report for 2005-2006, the figure was 30%. So you can see we are growing. The growth has been attributed to the investment that we have been making. Particularly for the last 1 year, we have made investments under the Kenya towns, and that has improved the coverage. We have also requested WASREP to cover the entire country. So they are bringing on board small water service providers. And that's why we have moved to 70% for regulated water service providers. So if you cover the rest of them, we have been estimating, and we've been using the figure of 73%. But now we are going up. That means our target of 80% coverage by 2027 is achievable. That target is achievable if we remain focused and invest on the projects. I just want to request the MDs of the water service providers who are here, because as a ministry, we mobilize resources. All the time, the Cabinet Secretary, the PS, and myself, we look for resources to invest in the water service provision in the country. We request you to work on non-revenue water. Because last year we were celebrating that we were going down. We recovered $1 billion. Now the billion has gone. Now the billion has gone. So we cannot be MDs and we lose 50% of our product. And we sleep well, we do our things well, we remain with the same lifestyle, and we lose 50% of our product. I remember 2002, the second president instructed and issued presidential directive for Nairobi water service provider to reduce non-revenue water. That time, they were 50%. Today, I was told Nairobi is still 50%. So how many years down the line? And we remain at the same position. And we have MDs working, finishing their term, going, others are coming in. No, it cannot be like that. We need to work on non-revenue water. We need to reduce it. It will not reduce itself. In our forums, in our workshops where we are talking about non-revenue water, I've been giving strategies. I've been giving stages of reducing non-revenue water, but nobody takes it in. When you saw the figure, the slide for the counties, you see the lowest is in West Pokot. But the figure will change. If we finish Soy Murun and we finish the investment that we have there, close to 10 billion. And therefore, that calls upon me to state that what we need now is to move on the reforms of governance and the reforms on efficiency, so that we turn around our investment. We do our things much faster than we have been doing them. With those remarks, now we move to the next stage. I want to invite the Principal Secretary for State Department for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, who will make his remarks. He will also invite the PS, his colleague PS, and also invite the Governor, and then invite the Cabinet Secretary. So, Principal Secretary, kindly take over. Let's appreciate him. 1, 2, 3. What? Tena. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Engineer Lima. Good morning, everyone. I want to recognize the presence of our CS, Engineer Eric Muga, the Governor for Laikipia, and also the Chair of the Water Caucus, Joshua Irungu, my colleague PS, Ephanthas Kimodo, all the CEOs and the chairmen, and all of us in the water sector who are here. Good morning and welcome to this event. I think the mood in the House is quite palpitating, in the sense that we as a water sector came to read our scorecard. And the scorecard is very plain and clear, showing our performance. I think for the students who have done well, your parents will be very happy. Unfortunately, when the CEO was presenting, I noticed something that was a bit, he was very kind. As a teacher, you always have to show the best performing and also the worst performing. But he was struggling not to say the truth. You know, there is a way of instilling positive behavior by having a list of shame and a list of those who have done well. So CEO, maybe when next year, when you're saying we have moved and you are indicating that some of us are doing well, say Korir is doing well, so and so is doing badly. I was very, I didn't want to say Korir doing badly because it can mean other things. So I think going into the future, let's be very candid, because this is a time when we reflect, this is a time when we look back and ask ourselves, what are we supposed to be doing? You see, the positions and the work that we do, we are doing it on behalf of the Kenyan people. And if your institution is not delivering the way it is, you're failing Kenyans. And those Kenyans have a right. And I believe you all know that we, as in our constitution, we say that water is a right. So if we are facilitating laws, then we are denying those Kenyans that right, and they have a right to sue us. And you know how Kenyans are. They have the habit of taking people to court. So let's not wait until they go take us to court for failure to deliver what is rightfully theirs. So today marks a significant milestone in our collective journey toward achieving universal access to water and sanitation. As we reflect on the progress made so far, as a ministry, we extend our sincere appreciation to all partners and stakeholders who continue to support this vital mission. We are gathered here to launch, I think you've heard the regulator's annual publication that evaluates the performance of the water service sector. It is commendable that this report now has reached its 17th edition, covering periods 23-24. As highlighted in the report, there has been notable improvements in certain performance indicators. And I think this is where I had an issue. We were generalizing into indicators, KPIs, but you know a KPI has to boil down to an institution. Who is doing very well in revenue, I think it should come out and we should say it publicly here so that everybody can see. And those who are doing badly, we should also do that. However, substantial efforts are still required to meet our national development goals under Vision 2030 and our global commitments, now just 5 years away. The pace of progress must therefore be accelerated as we stay on course. So I think I want to emphasize, we also have to do some negative reporting, showing the list of shame so that all of us can know who is doing well and who is not doing right and be able to improve. Achieving our sectoral targets calls for multifaceted approach, ranging from increasing and diversifying financing to enhancing utility efficiency and fostering innovation. The launch of this impact report, taking place alongside the international conference themed Innovative Financing Models, Technology and Innovations for Sustainable Pathways to Climate Smart Water and Sanitation Solutions and Investment, presents an opportune platform to generate actionable recommendations that will move us to closer to our shared goals. The ministry continues to collaborate closely with development partners to bridge the sector financing gaps. The National Water Sanitation and Investment Financing Plan remains the blueprint guiding our priorities in investment and sector interventions. Aligned to this strategy, various partners have structured their initiatives to support NAWASIP objectives. A key example is the K-Wash, which is just launched a few months back, funded by the World Bank, which targets underserved rural areas where service provision has historically lagged behind. And I think when you look at the results, when we are saying the report covers 59% of Kenyans, you see there is a huge population that are not covered in the report. And I'll give a few suggestions going into the future on how we can now have a more comprehensive report on coverage. I call upon the implementing agencies to remain focused and committed to meeting the agreed targets in order to unlock the sustain this vital funding. As we work, and I believe under the K-Wash actually when it is coming, it is performance for results, which means any WSP, any county that does not demonstrate results will not be able to attract the resources. So that money has not been earmarked to say that X amount is for which county. It is a basket of funds that has been put by the World Bank. It is upon us now to list the programs that we will want implemented in our counties. You implement using your own resources, and that is where non-revenue you need to address so that you have some money you're able to initiate the investments with. When the program managers come to inspect and they see you have delivered an impact, then you are reimbursed the exact amount of what you have invested, which you can put to another investment priority. So when you hear K-Wash, I know all of us are just waiting for money to come. It is a program for performance for results. And one of the key performance indicator will be the non-revenue water. So I'm just giving you leakage. So tafadhali, enda ukasome hiyo subject, your topic, ya performance for results. Ukisha soma, then when the exam is set, you should be able to deliver. As we work to broaden our financial base, we must equally address issues of capital efficiency. It is imperative that every resource committed to the sector delivers maximum value. At the same time, utilities must strive for efficiency, self-efficiency, by enhancing both technical and financial efficiency, while also adopting tariffs that reflect the actual cost and service of the service provision. I think you're all aware that the Water Act was amended in 2024, which allowed for PPPs. This is an opportunity, again, for water service providers to be innovative in attracting monies from the private sector and improve your service provision area. That way you serve Kenyans better and you're able to increase more revenue for yourselves to be able to do other things. So with such changes, it will unlock new pathways for investment, innovation, and integrated service delivery. These reforms were not just policy updates, but renewed national commitment to deliver water and solution services that are equitable, efficient, climate resilient, and citizen-driven. We are embedding a performance culture in the water sector. Reforms is the work based on collaboration with other stakeholders that requires alignment. Let's implement them and translate them into real impact in the lives of every Kenyan. I think as I conclude, I have just two recommendations which I want to ask the WASREP as we prepare for the next impact report. One is to incorporate the community water provision initiatives, that is the RUAs and other rural schemes that have not been part of this, so that when we give the impact report, because when this report is not going to be for us only, it is for the global community. So when they hear we're reporting 74% coverage, and yet a document from another government entity is saying 70%, they wonder, serikali gani inaongea? So I think let's put a task force together to be able to do that as quickly as possible. I think there is something that the chairman of WASPA mentioned about revenue and the relationship with counties. And I want to, I know the constitution is very clear that revenue collected has to go to the revenue account. Now, the danger of that is that when money comes into a pot and there are so many conflicting needs, the tendency for governor is to apply to the urgent exigencies that are coming in. So maybe we may need, as a water sector, go the UHC way, where a law we debate and pass it through the necessary legislative arms of government, so that we have we are allowed by law to have accounts by the water service providers, which now we can dedicate that money to operations, expansion, and other investments that you'll require. So I think this should be the next engagement together as the water service providers. So I believe we should be able to move on, so that when we come back next year, we'll be able to push. And with Governor Irungu here, and I know that you are something after 2027, we can start working on that law together. So you will be the sponsor, and you will help us in the Senate. We will also have it pushed through the National Assembly. So with those many remarks, I now want to invite my colleague, P.S. Kimodo, just also to come and greet us and tell us what is happening on his area of mandate. Thank you.
Waziri, CS Eric Muga, my colleague PS, Water Secretary, Irrigation Secretary, the Chairman of boards here with us today, CEOs, and all dignitaries with us today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm quite, and also Our Excellency Governor from Laikipia. Karibu sana. So I'm quite impressed by the statistics which were shared earlier by the CEO from WASREP, and also hearing the sentiments from the chair that WASREP people actually come all the way from the other countries to actually come and see how well WASREP is doing. So that's a good message from hearing that from that team. So from the irrigation perspective, just as my colleague has just mentioned, I was looking at the figures. One of the figures that quite impressed me, not impressed me, but astonished me, is the figure of total revenue, total revenue loss. I think if I recall well, it was around 11.9 billion. That's a figure we are talking about in terms of the losses that we make. When you look at it from the irrigation perspective, currently the area under irrigation is 747,000 acres. And most of you, as you're aware, irrigation, especially on the community irrigation schemes, people don't pay for water, apart from the private sector. Of the 747,000 acres, approximately 30% is private sector. So that's what we can say they actually pay for water. When you do a quick calculation, you'll find that, on average, 1 acre gives you, on average, 1 acre is around 20 cubic. So when you say 270 days, that's you're talking about 5,400 cubic per acre. So when you do a quick calculation, you'll find that will give you approximately 4 billion cubic what irrigation consumes. Irrigation actually is thirsty and is a heavy consumer of water. But 70% of that is not billed if you talk about the loss. So if you do a quick calculation, that will give you 20 billion in terms of using a rate of, normally irrigation because water is not treated, the charge rate is approximately 5 shillings. So that would give you, if you do a quick calculation, that would give you 20 billion in terms of the potential revenue from the irrigation sector, just for charging a tariff of 5 shillings. And only 30% of that is paid. So if you have to say non-revenue in the irrigation sector, you'll actually find it's actually 14 billion. So there is a big opportunity also. And now, recently, as you may be aware, we recently launched a NISIP, which NISIP again aspires to even add more. So you're talking about the one 747 only. So now we are talking about adding another 1 million acres to reach 1.7, which is approximately 50% of our potential of irrigation in the country. So that will even worsen the situation more. So my appeal today, Waziri, is let's, because WASREP, as you've heard, actually, they have a good track record of performance. Before they help other countries, let them come and help us in irrigation. So that let them come and help us in irrigation by ensuring we have an irrigation water tariff. Let's have an effective irrigation water tariff, and at the same way, by encouraging the water service providers who are here with us to also diversify a little bit from the domestic water and also come to the irrigation water. And this will be a good thing in their books, because looking at the other statistics which I saw there, which I can't remember quite well, they're saying revenue is around 28 billion, but the cost is around 29 billion. So already there is a 98% cost recovery. There's a 2%. That 2% can easily be recovered by having an irrigation water tariff being managed by the same, because that means in terms of cost, there will be no cost. There will be no additional cost, and that can portray a very good revenue. So that's a potential revenue of around 20 billion. So we are talking about from the 28, you can easily go to 48 very comfortably if you are able to plug in the irrigation sector. So that may appeal, and I know because I've engaged most of the farmers. The challenge has never been the willingness to pay. The challenge has always been the ability to pay. And because of the various reforms they're doing and initiatives, especially to helping them with market linkages, and also the various initiatives being done by the government, talking about things like CAIPs, the County Aggregation Investment Industrial Parks, the ability to pay will be there because there'll be a lot of market access, market linkages, and also the interventions being done from the financing perspective for the farmers, also from the benefits that most of the farmers have gotten from the fertilizer subsidy. So the ability to pay is no longer going to be an issue, which has always been the challenge. And these farmers are always willing to pay. So there is a potential. So I encourage WASREP and also the water service providers here with us here today to also look at irrigation. And this will also help you a lot, PS colleague, in actually solving one of the challenges of non-revenue water. Because you realize most of the areas actually where we have a high non-revenue water, also some people actually use that water for irrigation. So if you also start charging the water tariff for irrigation, then again we might be able to solve two challenges with one, hit two birds with one stone. Solve the issue of non-revenue water and at the same time increase your cost recovery. Asanteni sana and God bless.
Thank you, Bwana PS, for those very nice words and expanding the scope of what WASREP is supposed to do. So I think we've been talking about the relationship between water, county governments and the people. And the Constitution was very clever, saying that service provision is at the counties. And they are the ones who actually should know where the citizens are and how the water needs to reach them. And that is why at this point I want to invite Honorable, Your Excellency, Honorable Joshua Hirungu, who is also the Chair of Water.
The Chief Guest, the Cabinet Secretary, Engineer Eric Muga, my brother, our two PSs, PS Water and Irrigation, Water and Sanitation, and the PS Irrigation, our Water Secretary, Engineer Rima, our chairs of the various boards, the MDs, wale tuko na wao siku ya leo, the CEO, CPF, and all our development partners and colleagues. God is good, and all the time. Chief Guest, let me start by having a disclaimer that some other times when I come over to this conference, many other time I behave as if I'm the chair, WASREP. And therefore, when you hear me neighboring to talk about WASREP more of time, it's not because I want to take your position. It's just that I'm so passionate about what WASREP do, and I believe that WASREP is the best mechanism that this country provided in the water reforms, because we cannot just do things just anyhow. Even when we are making decisions, we cannot just make decisions without data, without information. And I wish the development partners, they can be able, and all our financiers, whether it's the banks, commercial banks, CPF, and all others. I wish you can utilize this data to make the decisions when you are providing support or financial support to water companies. And therefore, I know I can talk a lot, particularly when I'm in this sector of water, but let me allow me to say that I used to be the chair WASLE back 2019 to 2022. I used to be the chair, and before then I used to be the chair in the Water Committee caucus in the Council of Governors in my first term. And now I have also resumed the same for the next probably 1 or 2 years. And my role in this committee is to bring order actually and transformation in the water sector, because the county government plays a great role, particularly in water service and sanitation in the rural areas. And today, CS, before even I read this speech on behalf of the Water Committee, there are a number of things that have come up very strongly in the impact, very strongly. And I think we need to really work on those data, because numbers don't lie. One is when you hear that 59% is the regulated water companies, that means 41% are not regulated. Those not regulated, our chief guest, let me tell you what happens. Because me, I'm one of the rural guys, I'm in the rural, is that we pay water dearly than even the people in the town. That's what it means. Actually, us in the rural areas, who we are not regulated, we pay the water dearly expensive. And therefore, when I hear in the urban areas, when a tariff is just increased with 1 shilling or 2 shillings, all of you go to the street. I wonder who goes to the street in the rural areas. When they pay a 20 water jerrycan, 20 liters water jerrycan, it is 5 shillings. What does that mean? It means 1 cubic. When a Nairobi person is paying 67 shillings, 1 cubic liter, that is 50 water jerrycan, ordinary pays 67. Me, I'm in the rural, I'm paying 250 Kenya shillings, and I don't go to the strike. That's what it means. And therefore, this is a high time, I think, Bwana CS and all the development partners, we need to speak it out so that the issue of water tariffs in the rural, in the regulated water companies, when that increase is done, I'm sure if the guys in the rural areas would imagine what the urban people are crying for, just an increase from 60 shillings to 61 or to 67, and just for 1 cubic liter, while us in the rural areas, we pay between 250 to 500 Kenya shillings for the same amount of water. And in any case, it's not also treated water, no cost, it's solarized water from a borehole, but we pay that kind of money. And therefore, on behalf of the Wajiko in the rural areas, I want to really advocate the CS that this is the time that we need to speak the candidly and truthfully to our water service providers who are seated here, so that we are able to tell and speak to our people and tell them what is the truth of the matter. And again, CS, our chief guest, it is shame when we are talking about the country that we don't have money, and 11 billion we are just losing. What happens, chief guest, water, to me, it's that water loss is neighboring theft. That's what it means. Because when you have those kind of cubic liters of water, and particularly when you talk about Nairobi and Mombasa, then you'd be getting along the way, even during the dry season, more like rivers flowing. But so long as you don't get rivers flowing on the tarmac during the dry season, it means there is water theft. So that water has been diverted somewhere else. Something else I also want to support just before I go on with my speech is a proposal from the PS. One way in the rural areas, and particularly for our water service providers who provide water in our rural areas, in the rural schemes, one of the challenges that they are having is the treated water being used for irrigation. And therefore, it is so tempting that those rural guys would cut and divert the water, and it is treated water, they use it for irrigation. And therefore, this is high time as a sector, as a water sector, we need to think about giving and setting the tariff for irrigated water, and I know it can pay back just like what WASREB is doing. And therefore, chief guest, allow me not to dwell so much on the response on the impact, but I would be happy as the chair in the Council of Governors to engage more on this report and elaborate it and give more input in terms of how we move on, particularly regulating the water in the rural areas and bring all Kenyans. No one should be left behind, and there should be justice even in the rural, with the rural people also, as we provide water to them. It is with great honor, chief guest, that I joined this morning for the official launch of the Impact 17 report, a critical publication that continues to provide critical insights in the performance and progress of Kenya's water and sanitation sector. We commend the Water Service Regulatory Board, WASREB, for their consistency in producing this report, which shapes a dialogue in evaluating the progress, challenges, emerging concerns, and opportunities in service delivery across the counties. As we reflect on this report, it is important to emphasize that water and sanitation function is constitutionally assigned to county government. The Impact 17 report scope and findings therefore paints the picture on the performance of counties in exercising their functions. Hence, this is an important opportunity for all present stakeholders and everyone who interacts with the report to interrogate, understand, and scope of some of the existing gaps and emerging concerns that affect counties for redress and support. Notably, water coverage in regulated areas is well known through the contributions of both regulated water service providers and small-scale service providers. However, the data gaps and lack of coverage in unregulated areas, rural areas, poor and informal settlements areas, and overall sanitation coverage remains a critical concern. Through the Council of Governors and the Committee of Water and Natural Resources Management, we reaffirm that counties are committed to bridging the gap in universal access to water and safe sanitation services across the counties. To date, counties have undertaken significant reforms, including the enactment of 34 water-related laws, development of 22 county water master plans, and 23 water and sanitation strategies and investment plans. Therefore, these strategic documents provide clear roadmaps for delivering sustainable and inclusive access to water and sanitation services, including the oversight of water service providers, the management of community-based water schemes and boreholes, promoting hygiene programs in schools and informal settlements, and advancing conservation efforts through catchment restoration and wetland protection. In terms of infrastructure development, counties have demonstrated commitment by allocating substantial budgets for implementing new water projects and rehabilitating dilapidated water investments. This will address the non-revenue water. Additionally, the number of functional boreholes, water pans, and small dams has increased over the years. These tangible improvements underscore the leadership of county governments in addressing water access gaps. Chief guest, despite these gains, challenges persist, particularly in financing, utility governance, and regulatory compliance. The National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan revealed a financing gap of approximately 466 billion to meet the targets for universal water and sanitation access by 2030. Additionally, county governments have mapped and determined the funding deficit required to achieve the universal access in water and sanitation within their jurisdiction through the county water and sanitation and investment plans. The council supports the work of WASLEB to support water service providers in regulatory compliance, including accountability and improvement in performance across clear parameters. Further, implementation of various innovative funding mechanisms to strengthen water service providers and counties is highly encouraged, including public-private partnership, PPPs. However, we take note it's equally important to address systematic governance and financial sustainability challenges that continue to disadvantage counties to fully deliver on water and sanitation. Some of them include: 1, lack of clarity in the implementation of water PPPs by the county government. The current Water Amendment Act profiles waterworks development agencies and private WSPs in water and sanitation service provision. Additionally, waterworks development agencies may benefit from economies of scale, crippling county-owned WSPs. 2, implementation of performance for resource programs. Effective implementation of the performance for resource programs is pegged on timely release of the shaker funds to county governments. There is potential risk of counties not achieving the results for reimbursements due to untimely disbursements of resources to counties. C, duplication of initiatives at county level. Uncoordinated planning and implementation of programs in the sector contributing to overlaps, inconsistency data on access and low impact. Such is case of heavy bulk investments by national government in the counties without regard to county water plans and last mile connectivity thereof. D, resistance to cost reflective tariff. While tariffs remain an important and dependable funding mechanism, challenges allowed cost reflective tariff adjustments continue to limit the financial viability of many utilities. And this is where CS, our chief guest, it is important, whether it's a conference, a water conference, where all the council of governors and other stakeholders, this is where we need to really make the council of governors and the other stakeholders to understand what it means by cost reflective tariff. When we have seen O&M recovery costs below 100%, it means the county government and national government have to go into their pocket to support the water service providers. And therefore, the water service providers can be able to sustain in terms of water and sanitation services if they can be able to have a well cost reflective tariff. E, delayed finalization of the water sector asset transfer plan. The process of transferring assets and liabilities have delayed posting charges to counties to fully benefit from the autonomy and improved management contemplated under the Water Act 2016. Increased climate-related shocks and risks. The climate financing should be easily accessible to counties to climate-proof all investments on ensuring water and sanitation climate-resilient infrastructure, building its urgently required at the county level. G, data gaps and assessment inconsistencies. Adoption of the robust checks and integrated reporting framework for water and sanitation is much required. Meanwhile, as counties, we have deliberated and agreed on specific areas on performance improvement, including 1. Development of performance improvement strategies to support operational and financial sustainability of water service providers. We have also deliberated on intensification of community sensitization on cost of water provision to improve public understanding and acceptance of water tariffs, where we have been hearing so much outcry and challenges. And I'll tell you, Chief Guest, in my county, just because I have the experience of being the chair, we have no problem. I have no problem. My 2 water companies we have no issue. We increased our tariff, and I only made them to understand it is for their own good, and the water companies doesn't belong to WASLEB. It is our water. If they want to have 0, then the county government, we don't do the roads, we don't do the hospitals, and then we pay for them the water tariff. So there is no free water, and we make our people understand, and that's why I'm sure that as we cannot have it a problem at all. Intensification of community prioritization of investments in sustainable water storage and supply infrastructure to enhance service provision, including strengthened peer-to-peer learning on best practices. D, investment in new technologies, innovations through targeted engagements with young people, private sector, leveraging on various sources of funds such as county climate change funds. The national government should align and take into account the county water development programs in development of national bulk water systems, taking account of the last mile connectivity in project financing agreement. This, Bwana CS, our chief guest, is an area that we need to engage with the water committee of the Council of Governors, so that when we are designing all those and bulk water, that component of last mile connectivity is very, very critical for the country as well as for our citizens. So that we don't have the bulk water, but it's take for 3-4 years when the water and investment has been put, but now the water cannot get to the last mile or to the tap. The Ministry of Water needs to engage counties in the conceptualization of bulk water supply systems under PPP for adoption by county governments. The Devolution Conference 2025 Bwana CS will take place in Homa Bay County from 12th to 13th August 2025. It centers on the theme for the people, for prosperity, devolution as a catalyst for equity, inclusion, and social justice, and sub-theme is re-engineering county government to accelerate development and close the socio-economic divide, which I want, on behalf of our chair of the Council of Governors, I want to welcome everyone, and we will have a discussion on water-related issues, and particularly the cross-county, cross-cutting issues related to water. Good governance, human rights, inclusivity, social accountability remains at the heart of effective water and sanitation governance. Women, children, persons living with disabilities, and vulnerable groups continue to face disproportionate barriers in accessing clean water and safe sanitation. The Council seeks to advance this dialogue and trigger candid conversations during devolution conference and on allocation of resources, champion county-led climate-smart solutions to address systematic inequalities for advancing human dignity and realizing the promise of SDG 6. In closing, Chief Guest, I wish to congratulate counties and all water service providers that have demonstrated improved performance in this year's report. Let us use the insights from Impact 17 to reflect, learn, and act decisively. The Council of Governors remains committed to working closely with WASLEB, the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, development partners, and other actors in strengthening policy coherence, regulatory alignment, resilient investment planning, and advancing accountable governance in the sector. Let us continue to learn from each other, innovate boldly, and invest wisely in building a water secure and inclusive future for all Kenyans. Thank you and God bless you. Do you good and I wish you all the best. And as I now, you see, opportunities like these are rare. When you are given an opportunity like this one, I only need to behave. And behaving is only inviting the chief guest, if you allow me. And now that I used to be part of this forum, and as chair, as I invite you, one of the things that you take home from this report is the area that is we report. When we say that our coverage is 70%, is 70% from the regulated half of the country. That's what we are saying. So it means there are many people out there that we don't have a good report, and we are not sure of the kind of the water they are taking in terms of quality, in terms of the cost of that water. That is one. The second one is non-revenue, which we would happily request you that that if there is an area that you need to engage the water service providers is on that area of non-revenue. It's a critical, and it will kill most of these water service providers. And lastly is on loan repayment by the water service provider. A discussion on water works development agencies together with the water service provider is an engagement that will require you to engage and intervene so that we don't have our counties, our water sector doesn't clear or pay the loans just because of some misunderstanding between the between the water works development agencies as well as water service providers. And therefore, and lastly is our water power tariff. Power tariff to this water service provider is a major issue. And it is only at your level so that we can be able, as we address the cost of water, if we want to reduce the water tariff or the cost of our water production, we must address the power tariff from Kenya Power, and that can only be done from your head. And with that, I want to add there, the rest will engage at the panel level, and I'm always ready to engage at any one time. Where there are issues, water service provider, if there are issues with the Council of Governor in terms of the payment of the county bills in our hospitals, in our offices, let us know, and we are able to intervene and ensure that the county government pay water bills for their own utilities. Otherwise, without payment, they will kill their own utilities. With that, God bless you, do you good, and I wish you all the best. And with that, can we start? Can we rise up, all of us, to welcome our chief guest? Na yale makofi yale tunajua huyu ni kijana wetu. Makofi mazuri, tukaribishe yeye. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
May we take our seats, please? I want to use one of these because Thank you so much. Wanamaji, habari zenyu? Unajua tuko Mombasa, hapa wanaongea Kiswahili. I have been lucky to stay here for quite a while, a few years. And have engaged on matters water, na pia wakanifundisha Kiswahili. Kiangalia masaa, the right greeting, we are around noon, correct? Sabal heri. Did I get right? Governor and my two PSS and the chair was Reb and the entire WASPA team, my CEOs, the chairs for the water service providers. I know we have MDs here, correct? Do we have TMs, technical managers here? Do we have them here? If you are a TM, please, let me see. technical manager of our water service provider. Today I'll be talking to you. And we know we have development partners. The people give us money. And also we have friends of water. Welcome all, and feel free to engage. Everyone who has stood here this morning is very clever. Can we clap for them? And I am saying that because they know exactly what is supposed to be done. Am I right or am I wrong? Leo tunaambiana ukweli, si ndio? Everyone who has stood here has a plan. As it laid down to the last dot, he has a blueprint of what the water sector requires. From their write-ups, excellent. And that is very good. It means Kenyans are informed. But now, if I relate that to what has been presented here, that's why I find we have some laps. Governor, you will excuse me if I don't take your stand, because I have practiced in water for more than 10 years. So mimi sio mgeni kwa jijini kwa mambo ya maji. I have practiced as the water service provider level. I have practiced as a consultant for our agencies. Now I sit at the ministry. I have worked with development partners. I have not worked with governors, but now I'm working with governors. Utanisamea kidogo if I get it wrong there. I have designed, I have supervised, I have implemented, and now I'm at the policy level. PS, how am I doing? I think I'm doing very well. Bwana, we can't say. One thing that sounds clear is that the Ministry of Water and our sector, our water sector, reforms that began in the year 1974 are hailed as one of the most progressive reforms, both in East Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, and West Africa. Can we have a clap for the ministry? And our reforms have taken both technical professionals, policy makers, industry players, and the activist groups. You know them? Do we have them here? They are people who watch over us to actually steer the sector forward. And the gains we have made since 1974 to the year 2024, when we passed the water amendment of the year 2024 last year, I think September, are a show of the emissaries, friends, and colleagues that we get coming to the ministry to benchmark on our reforms. And that is why, to ensure that those reforms stand and our position in Africa as a country that has embraced separation of regulation and service provision remain on track, and we are delighted to be part of that journey with WASREB. The report that has been tabled before us, ladies and gentlemen, is a scorecard of how we have performed since the beginning of those reforms. I am told and informed that when we first did our evaluation report, we were at 30% connectivity in the year 2004, 2005, around there. The growth
to 70% today. And please, to avoid being misquoted, this 70% is of regulated entities, which is around 60% of the country. Community schemes that still provide water should be part of this evaluation. Schemes, personal schemes, should be part of this evaluation, so that we have a conclusive figure. I would challenge WASREB to actually find a mechanism to involve 48 million of us in this evaluation for factual reporting. A regulator and I'll compare WASREB to an examiner who first guides and then tests. And the results we have here today, I've painted 4 areas of improvement. I've talked about the first one, all inclusive, everyone covered. That is a challenge I'm keen to monitor next year, whether it will be solved. We have the issue of water connectivity and the Vision 2030 and the SDGs. The SDGs are there to keep track of how far we have come. Water is a constitutional right, and we cannot underestimate the gravity of 100% connectivity by the year 2030. The hurdle of ensuring that there is 100% connectivity is formidable. That all of us have to agree. And that is true because water is an economic enabler. Every program the government of the day by Dr. Samuel William Ruto is running is based on water. Talk of agriculture, that the PS has clearly highlighted what we are doing about that. Water is involved. Talk of affordable housing. Can we build without water? We cannot. Talk of health, SHA, Taifa Care. Water is part of the hygiene process in health. Talk about our roads that we are so passionate about. Motogashe, Elwak, Mandera, all those places. Water is part of the process. Talk about industrialization and value addition. Water is in that cooking pot. But are we geared, are we properly financed to ensure that we achieve all that? The report has indicated for 100% connectivity and supply, we require a total of 995 billion Kenya shillings. And I am forced to be part of that resource mobilization. I am also humbled to be part of that journey at the same time. Because resource mobilization, Governor, water being a devolved function, must cut from the national government all the way to the county government. And I expect Governor Joshua to understand, because you have been in the water sector, that the 995 billion Kenya shillings is both national government and county government resource mobilization. As a ministry, To align to that, to attract blended financing into the water sector, we amended the Water Act by the amendment of the year 2024 to allow public-private investments. But I must say, at the same gesture, that public-private partnerships in water are not a walk in the park, because of two key reasons. One, our tariff. As counties, as water service providers, are our water tariffs cost recovery? If no, are we creditworthy as water service providers? I know these are difficult questions, but unfortunately, I'm supposed to ask them. At the moment, the average tariff by WASREB for 1 meter cubic is between 95 and around 130, 150 Kenya shillings. That is for 1,000 liters of water. If I go to a supermarket today to buy a half a liter of the most affordable brand of water, how much is it sold at? Between that shillings and 50 shillings. To tie this to the public-private partnerships, when a proponent submits his privately initiated proposal and gives a tariff of 200 Kenya shillings per 1,000 liters of water, we start talking of what we call a viability gap, because the tariff provides for between 95 and say 150. But also we have counties, we have water service providers seated here with a tariff of 60 Kenya shillings in 1,000 liters of water. That is our first challenge on blended financing, public-private partnership. Second, the process of tariff review. The process of tariff review should start at the county level. But because of political ramifications, we have politicized water. Because of other undue influence in the process, most water service providers do not have an updated tariff. But we have MDs in our midst. MDs, mkono juu tafadhali. Inua mkono vizuri bwana. Are you ashamed of being an MD bwana? You are a key cog in this process. Chairman of the boards, water service providers. Sir, for example, which is your water service provider? Gusi Water. When is the last time you updated your tariff? Thank you, sir. Sometime? Please, yeah, thank you. I appreciate your honesty. Sometimes, back. I will not do you the unnecessary pressure of asking you what is your tariff of between 1 and 6 meter cubic. You might quote that 5 shillings or 50. I'll spare you that. Water being a devolved function, it is the mandate of the county government, being the owners of water service providers, to initiate tariff reviews. And Governor, tariff reviews tariff reviews are what will make our water service providers become semi-autonomous. These are difficult conversations, but they have to be held. Water is a natural resource, just like oil and gas. Kuna mtu amekuja hapa kama gari ina mafuta? Did you negotiate with the pump? Who negotiated with the pump today? At the petrol station? No one. Secondly, wrangles of boundary demarcations. We have counties with more than 2, 3 water service providers, both rural and urban. But clear demarcation, areas of service, areas of jurisdiction of the water service providers are vague. You cannot tell the extent of supply. This is 13 years after devolution. When the areas of demarcation are not clear, WASREP's job becomes twice as hard, because the process of review requires a clear demarcation of the water service provider area of supply. Number 3, lack of information. How many of us here today, technical managers, are aware that we have prepaid water meters? Hands up. 5 out of more than 100. How many of us today are using prepaid KPLC meters in their homes today? Bwana, kama uko na token, inua mkono. Ama kizungu maybe ni ngumu. So all of us have tokens, KPLC tokens, correct? When that token runs out of your subscription, do you negotiate with KPLC? What do we do? What do we do? Number 4, technology. Technology also loops in with the prepaid meters. Most of us, most of our water service providers, and today I'm cutting across from the ministry to the county, have a mzee or an old lady who is the memory of the water service provider network. Am I speaking to someone today? Because I realized all of us stand here and read things, but we are avoiding facts on ground. If you go to Kusi today, the TM will tell you, if you want to understand our system, we have to call so-and-so, who is 58, 59, or even 62 years, as an extension. Because he's the institutional what? Memory. I have been a victim of that in the coast region, in the central region of Kenya, and also in the Rift Valley region, and also in Western region. We are not investing in information technology, ICT departments in our companies. One of the key government pillars, we, the water sector, are lagging behind on that. WASREB, being a regulator, should be on the forefront to adopt that all our distribution networks should be modeled, should be mapped. The governors, being tech savvy, should be on the forefront to facilitate that and adjudicate for that. Funding of water service providers. Yes, the tariff is not cost recovery, agreed. The money has been collected, goes to the county basket. Operations and maintenance is a daily activity. But do we ring-fence that money, the little that has been collected, or do we allocate it to other sectors? Your answer is as good as mine. The bottom line of this conversation today, as we look at our scorecard, is to interrogate the factors that have led us to these results that we have today. The results are progressive, yes. But are we there yet? Mnaogopa kujibu. Are we there yet? Are we there? You cannot treat a disease if you do not deal with the underlying what? Causes. And because today is a day to evaluate, the ministry is in the forefront of doing key programs. We have just in the verge of finishing Kenya Towns, where we have done more than 25 bulk programs. We're in the verge of starting the national urban programs, where we'll be doing 25 key programs at different agencies. And these programs will incorporate both water and the sanitation component, which, as clearly indicated in the report, has lagged behind for far too long. Basic connection, we are at around 93%, but safely managed sanitation has become elusive both at the national government and at the county level. And we are making a call to our counterparts in the county governments that whenever you have a water program, you need to have a sanitation component alongside it. The reason why sanitation has lagged behind is because the Department on Sanitation has been hopping from one ministry to another. It started 1974, Alima, you are the institution of memory because we cannot model you. Otherwise, we would have modeled him. 1974, it was under the Ministry of Local Government. It then moved to the Ministry of Health. I don't know whether they didn't know that once you take some water, you must have a component of what? Wastewater. I know all of us, tukitoka hapa, our bathrooms will be busy. And that has made that section lag behind. I think it came back to the ministry in the year 2017, 20, around there, 2017, 2018. And now it is our policy amongst us to ensure whenever we have a water project, we have a corresponding waste water project. I know I have given people a lot of stick on the same. But the bottom line of this scorecard from WASREB tells us that our interventions of non-revenue water are yet to bear tangible fruits. We are losing more than 11 billion Kenya shillings on unrevenue water. That loss mostly occurs at the water service provider level. And we have to be honest with each other, because we are a family today of water. And that is because of two key reasons. Technology, we have shunned away from technology. Our meters are volumetric. We have no electromagnetic meters. We don't want to adopt ultrasonic meters that are prepaid. Secondly, laxity at the operations and maintenance department, especially on what we call physical losses. That is losses that you can see. And that's why today I said I will not read. What is there to read? Everyone who has been reading is very clever. But we have to face issues as they are. Every board chair of the water service provider in this meeting, you have the responsibility of hiring the team. Correct me if I'm wrong. You hire the MD, correct? Sasa board chairs wameingia mitini pia. Board chairs, do you hire the MD? I just want a yes or a no. Board chairs, do you hire the TMs? Board chairs, do you hire the commercial managers? Why then don't we put them and task? Whenever there's a leakage reported in Nairobi, the water service provider is called. If I open my social media feed today, especially on X, someone somewhere is always reporting a leakage. But we are part of what I call, instead of being proactive, we only act when there's a leakage. And that can take between, the response time can be between 6 hours to even as 24 hours. And the man responsible for that job is a man we call a technical manager. So my challenge, ladies and gentlemen, to curb the NRW, let us have the right technical managers. I see the managers are worried. Where are the managers worried? Or you are not expecting this? These are conversations that should be held. So board members, when you get home, the first question to cure the menace is, do you have the right team? Do you have the right team? Number 2, the right team will adopt technology. If you have an institutional memory, Alima, I'm not talking about this, I'm saying those that carry networks in their where? In their heads, discard. There is even a circular from the government, I saw it yesterday on my desk, that anyone who has attained retirement age should do what? Should do what? Whether you have the institutional memory or not. Whether you are the one who started the treatment plant or not. Whether the company cannot run with you or without you, and you have achieved that age, please exit. So that we make room for young, technology savvy people into our water service providers. The advantage of being young is right now, to survive, you have to know how your sector is doing matters technology. And because I know people are looking at me very hungry and also angry, you know, they say a hungry man is a what? Is an angry man. And I'm standing between you and your lunch. Hey, sugar levels are really low, eh? It's fine, I'll just finish. But I'll make a clarion call as I end this. The WASREB CEO has been very kind. He has not called a spade a spade. He has not called a spoon a spoon. He has danced somewhere along the line with statements of there are those who will get rewarded. Does it mean there are those who want to get rewarded? As the PS has said, to hold each other accountable is we need a list of top performers so that we applaud them, and a list of, I won't call it shame, those who are leading from the other side. You know, if you reverse that list, you will find some are leading from the front and the others are leading from, my PS call it a list of shame. No. I'll call it a list of everyone is leading. Everyone is leading. And that will motivate these people, because I know here sit professionals, engineers, economists, accountants, even doctors, so that come next year, wherever we gather, you can always be leading from one side or be leading from the other side. But I'll give you the commitment of the ministry. It's very interesting. Someone left their phone here and it's my babes is calling. So you might find yourself in trouble. Just saying. I won't hang up. So I'm not lying, man. It's the same. My babes. So don't find yourself in trouble. Please answer that one. That is very serious. Hizi familia ziko na maneno, correct? Si ni kweli? So let's allow the good journalist to ensure that as we are okay in the conference, she is also okay where? At home. So, CEO, I will expect to see a list of how we are doing in every water service provider. I will also encourage us. We have the non-revenue water police. If someone is being undermined, someone is feeling to be high and mighty and cannot, and has disconnected to our water systems illegally, those water, non-revenue water police unit is at our agency's headquarters. I know Murang'a County has made use of them. I know Kericho has also made use of them. I am aware many more counties have made use of those water police. And as I conclude, I will commend the water service providers that are leading from the front and encourage the water service providers that are leading from the back. Competition is good. It is healthy. The reports here are good because they keep us accountable and on our toes. And it is at this juncture that I declare the 17th edition of our impact report officially launched to you people. Let
this report not be a mere document on our shelves, because I know in it there are recommendations, there are challenges, and there are ways. I encourage us to benchmark from one another and to share experiences and knowledge at our different water service provider levels. And above all, remember that the water ministry is a service ministry. Our impact is felt immediately or not felt at all. Thank you so much. May God bless you, and may you have a very wonderful conference ahead. Asanteni sana.
Let's we want to appreciate the CS for those very candid remarks, and all of us that have made remarks before him. Thank you very much. Chief Guest, we've taken note of the concerns you've raised, and we want to commit that we will address them in our next report. I think what I need to mention here is that the details, because again people have to be awarded, we couldn't show them before people get the awards. But for sure the details are in the reports. As we ask the CS to officially unveil the report, let me apologize. When I was doing the introductions and acknowledging the different groups present, I forgot to mention a critical constituency. That is the WASREP team. This is a team effort. Colleagues from WASREP, I want to request that we be upstanding to be acknowledged by the chief guest. Members from the management, those who are here, please stand. I know the board is... So CS, that is part of the team that is behind this process, and we really want to appreciate all the effort that has gone into this. Yeah? Yeah, we were dressed for this occasion. So the gentlemen and the ladies have a dress code. Thank you, colleagues. You may take your seats. The chair had been introduced, but we also have the board. So could I ask members of the board from WASREP to kindly start? So CS, this is the team that oversees management, of course with the chair and the other board members. Thank you, directors, for your support this far. CS, we want to ask you now officially come up so that we can officially launch the report, and I want over to Michelle to take us through that.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Cheriot. Yes, so we'd like to kindly ask the CS to move down to the right of the stage for the unveiling of the report. All right, alongside the CS, we'll also have the two PSs, Mr. Korir, Mr. Ephantas Kimodo as well, as we head to the official unveiling of the report. And before we do that, let's also acknowledge the presence of more guests who are with us here this morning. We have Dr. Hosea Kili. He is the CEO and Group Managing Director of the County Pension Fund. He is also a keynote speaker in the conference and will be speaking later this afternoon. Dr. Hosea, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much. Maybe you can stand and wave to the crowd. A round of applause, please. Asante sana. We appreciate your presence here with us. We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Engineer Shama Kiteme, the president of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. Engineer Shama. Thank you so much. And representing the governor of Mombasa, we have Waziri Emily Achieng. She is a county executive committee member in the Ministry of Water, Natural Resources and Climate Change Resilience in Mombasa County. Asanteni sana. And as we head to that official unveiling, we will have the band. The band can keep giving us that music. A very keynote speech there by the CS in charge. So let's now have a brief video, ladies and gentlemen, just to show us where we came from as we launch the 17th edition of this impact report. This video has been prepared by WASREB's media team. Let's go. Is now officially unveiled. A round of applause. Asante sana, Mr. CS. They are officially unveiling the 17th edition of the Impact Report of Kenya, one that will help the water sector track what has been done so far. All right, we invite our photographers to be ready as we take a picture, a photo to capture the milestone of this 17th Impact Report. A photo not just for the press, but to mark the sector's journey, a visual reminder that accountability, ladies and gentlemen, has a face. All right, asanteni sana, Mr. CS and your PSs. You may be seated, and they are holding copies of that impact report as we take another picture for not just the CS, the PS, but also members from WASREB as well. Now, they're all holding a copy of the Impact Report booklet. Just a reminder that a copy of this booklet will be available for you at the end of this event at the WASREB booth right at the exhibition. All right, another round of applause. Asanteni sana, ladies and gentlemen. We now consider the Impact 17 Report 2025 officially unveiled. And as the CS has said there, let this not just be a report that gathers dust. Let it be a report on which we base our progress. When we come back here next year, we remember where we are coming from. So thank you so much, Mr. CS. We're about to turn into the highlight of the program in just a moment as we look at recognition of top performing water service providers. And I saw many of you water service providers really taking stock when the impact report was being analyzed earlier, just to see whether the KPIs align with your KPIs, just to see whether your county is one of the top 10 performing counties. So as we wait for that recognition of top performing water service providers, let me have the wonderful band give us a little bit of music. Tafadhali. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we're about to get to that award level. And so these are the institutions that have essentially gone above and beyond in governance, in efficiency, in service delivery. And so today we are saying performance deserves recognition. And maybe, as the CS said, the non-performers also perhaps may deserve recognition so that they may learn, take pride and responsibility from those that have gone ahead. So let me give it up to Mr. Richard Cheriot to take us through the award ceremony.
Thank you very much. So we quickly want to appreciate the winners. The details will be in the booklets we will share after this. We have 23 trophies, chief guest, and I want to start with the best utility in governance, and I would want to ask one of the partners who's really been supporting us on this, Gatsby Africa. I saw the county director here to present this. And we have it in two categories. We have the best utility in governance for the private utilities, the four that I said, and then the best utility in governance for the public utilities. So, Bonawario, please. So the best utility in the private sector in governance is Tatu City. Do we have anyone from Tatu City? Yeah. So thank you very much, and congratulations Tatu City for that well-deserved award. Continue keeping governance high, Tatu City. But our year will remain. We have the best utility in governance in the public, for the public utilities, and this is Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company. Congratulations, Kisumu, for that. Let's appreciate them. It's a big team. The chair of the board and the MD. And this has no link with your being the chair of WASPA. So, pongezi Kisumu team. So that is the chair of Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company, the MD, and the manager of corporate affairs. Pongezi Kisumu. Thank you very much. The best utility in reporting. I want to invite the CEO Kewasnet. I saw Malesi Shivaji. You will hold us into account in terms of reporting. Please come forward to present the award to Tetu Abadea Water and Sanitation Company. So the MD, Tetu Abadea, please. With the CEC in charge of water affairs, Nyeri County. Bwana Kinywa. Yeah. So the best utility in reporting. Bwana Wanjau is the MD, Bwana Kinywa is the CEC, and that is the chair of the board of directors of Tetu Abadea. Thank you. The best utility in pro-poor services, I want to invite the country manager, water and sanitation for the up and poor, I saw the former CEO WASPA, Anthony, to present that. And for this, we had 2 winners. The best utilities in proposed services, Nyeri Water and Sanitation Company, and Naivasha Water and Sanitation Company. So there was a tie. So MD Mwanakahutu with your team, the chair is here, the chair Nyeri Water, the CEC come forward. As the Naivasha team prepares to also come forward. So we can start with Nyeri. So MD Peter Kahutu, the chair of the board, the CEC, congratulations on that award. Asanteni sana, well done Nyeri Water. So this is Naivasha, MD Bwana Wahome, and the CEC Nakuru County, Dr. Mara. So pongezi Naivasha County. Let's keep up the good efforts in issues of proposed services. Let me ask the president of IEK, Shama Kiteme, please come forward to present the trophy to the most improved water service provider, which is Naivasha Water and Sanitation Company. So thank you very much, IEK, for the partnership, and well done, Naivasha Water, on being the most improved water service provider. Thank you, Engineer Shama. We go to the winners. We have 9 regions, and we have a winner for each of the regions. Let me start with the top utility in Lake Victoria North region, and ask the Chief of WASH, UNICEF. I saw UNICEF. Yes, please. The Chief of WASH, UNICEF, to present that to Kakamega Urban Water and Sanitation Company. I saw Engineer Okol and the chair. So that is the chair of the board. And they have a slogan for Hamasi. Yeah. Yeah. Plus Waziri. Yeah. Well done, Kakamega. Well done. The best utility in Coast Region was represented by the Chief of WASH, UNICEF, to Malindi Water and Sanitation Company. Malindi? Yeah, just present. So this is the manager sanitation, Malindi Water, and the person in charge of M&D. Well done, Malindi, for being the best utility in the Coast Region. Thank you very much, Chief of WASH, UNICEF. Let me ask the Chair WASREB. Chair WASREB, please. He will present the best, the trophies to the best utility in the Tana region, which is Nyeri Water and Sanitation Company. Well done, Nyeri Water, for emerging the best out of the utilities in the Tana region. Thank you very much. Chair, you will remain behind to present the award to the best utility again in the Lake Victoria South region to Kisumu Water and Sanitation Company. Okay. Now we have the board plus management for Kisumu Water. Well done, Kisumu. Keep up the good performance. Thank you very much, Kisumu. Well done, and thank you, Chair Wasreb. Let me ask the Water Secretary, Engineer Lima, to please present the next set of awards. The best utility in the northern region to Isiolo Water and Sewerage Company. Isiolo, the MD and your team. Well done, Isiolo. Keep up the good work you're doing. Water Secretary will also present to the best utility in the North Rift region, and this is to Eldoret Water and Sanitation Company. So the team, the MD is here. Yeah. So that is the MD and the Chief Manager Financial Services, Eldoret Water and Sanitation Company. Well done, Eldoret. Thank you very much, WS. I will allow you to move down. Request the Chair of the COG, COGAS, Governor Irungu, to present the next set of awards. These are the top utilities in Central Rift region, and this is a Nakuru Water and Sanitation Company. Nakuru Water, the chair, the CEC, a member of the board, and the MD, Nakuru Water and Sanitation Services Company. Well done, Nakuru Water and Sanitation Services Company. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Governor, you will remain to award again to the best utility in the Earth region, which is Thika Water and Sewerage Sanitation Company. Thika Water, MD and your team. So the chair of the board, Thika Water, the MD and the team, well done. It's a big team. Wengine wakuje pande hii. Very well done, Thika, for that good performance. Keep up the good work. Let me request the PS Irrigation to kindly present for us the next set of awards, please. So the PS will present 2 awards to the best performing private utility, which is Tatu City Water and Sewerage Company. So the best of the 4 utilities in the private category goes to Tatu City. Oh, okay. How did I? He will also present the best utility in the small category. We have 4 size categories, you recall when I presented. And this goes to a utility in Kirinyaga County, Rukanga Water and Sanitation Company. So Rukanga, please. Anyone from, the MD is here. Manajoroge. Well done, MD, for being the best in a small category. PS, I'll also ask you to remain behind to present an award to a category we missed, the best utility non-revenue water management. This is to Nyeri Water and Sanitation Company. We need to acknowledge that Nyeri was able to reduce non-revenue water in the previous year from 17% to the current level of 15%. So it is doable. So we can spread to this side. Thank you very much, Nyeri, for that performance in non-revenue water management. We are getting to the tail end of the award ceremony, and I want to ask PS, Water and Sanitation, Mr. Julius Kurir, to present the next set of awards. So well done. It is, if it can be done from 17% to 15%, we can do it from whatever levels we are in to a lower level. The PS Water and Sanitation will present awards to the best in the medium and large categories. The best utility in the medium category is Kapsabet Nandi Water and Sanitation Company. This is the MD. Bongesi MD for that performance. We look forward to sustained good results. The best utility in the large category goes to Nanyuki Water and Sanitation Company. So Nanyuki Water, Governor is here, so that is your utility, Governor. So well done, Nanyuki Water. MD, CEC and team, joined by the governor, we can, yeah. Well done, Nanyuki Water. Well done. Thank you, PS, thank you very much for presenting the awards. Let me now request, that is Nanyuki Water. Let me request the CS to present the last set of awards. The last set of awards, these are 4 awards. The best performing utility comes from the very large category, so if we say that, then it will actually preempt the award for the best performing. So the 3 best performing water service providers overall out of the 95, second runner-up is Nanyuki Water and Sanitation and Sewerage Company. So Nanyuki Water has retained the position for a second year in a row. We need you to challenge the best performers. So well done, Nanyuki Water. CS, you will remain behind. So we present the award to the first runner-up, the second best performing water service provider, and this goes to Nakuru Water and Sanitation Services Company. So well done, Nakuru Water. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, CS. I note, yes. I noted. I think there's a problem. Yeah. So this is Muranga. Yes. Yeah. We will give them. So it's, yeah. The best utility in 2025 performance assessment is Nyeri Water and Sanitation Company.
How many trophies does Nyeri have? I think they should share with others.
So, so Nyeri takes the best, the trophy for the best performance overall, and also the best utility in the very large category. So they'll be presented with 2 trophies. So the MD is receiving 2 for the best in overally and the best performing in the very large category. Oh, yeah. Yes. This is the board plus management plus the county governments. Well done, Nyeri Water and Sanitation Company. We missed. Thank you very much, CS, for that. And congratulations, Nyeri, for a bit of an apology that the best utility in Tana region, yes, and because of the move from in Athi region, because of the move from Muranga County to Athi, the best utility in Athi is Muranga Water. Apologies for that. The trophy will be there. The trophy will be there. So your trophy, Engineer Ganga, will be there with your team. But you can just come forward we can have a symbolic presentation of the trophy. Ape wengine. There. We can borrow the Kisumu one. Yeah. Yeah. Saidia trophy yako. This is symbolic. This is symbolic. And wapi? Yeah. Yeah, so that is the presentation to Muranga Water, Muranga Urban Water and Sanitation Company. Yeah. Thank you very much. That brings us to the close of the award ceremony. Thank you very much. We want to congratulate the winners. Keep up the good work. We are challenged, so next year we will actually present, as we do the highlights next year, we will not just be presenting the national outlook, but we'll drill down to performances of specific water service providers. At this point, we needed to mention that as part of the journey that we are having, we were launching also our 20th anniversary handbook. So it's part of the publication that was being unveiled by the CS. This documents our journey in the last 20 years. We want to appreciate all of you, all the stakeholders that have given us support in this process. Your messages are well noted, and we really appreciate the partnership that we have. And we also want to appreciate the publishers, Impact advertising for helping us put together that journey of 20 years. So the handbook is there. We also have QR codes for all the publications that we are launching today. So you can, we have QR codes available if you want a soft copy of Impact, a soft copy of the handbook, but they'll also shortly be available on our website. We will upload them once this has been shared. So I want to leave it there so that we now move to the next session of the program, which is to request one of my colleagues. I had actually mentioned CS, that we were just launching a standard. We had a small brief, but in the interest of time, I'm informed that we just need to mention. So we had, we've produced the citizen engagement standards. It's part of the publications we are launching today. They'll be available, and like I indicated, we will be using that to assess the water service providers. With that, I want to invite Director Mutisia to move photo of thanks on behalf of the board and management. Director, please.
Our chief guests, the Cabinet Secretary, the Principal Secretaries, both of them, Water Secretary, Council of Governors, the CEOs who are present, representatives of development partners, CEOs of waterworks development agencies, managing directors of water services providers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring to a close this important occasion, the launch of the 17th edition of the Impact Report. Allow me, on behalf of WASREP, to extend our sincere appreciation to each of you for your presence and participation. First and foremost, we thank the Almighty God for granting us this opportunity to gather here today and for enabling us to serve in our respective capacities. To the leadership of the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, led by the Cabinet Secretary, we express our deep gratitude for your steadfast support in advancing regulatory transparency, accountability within the water sector. To the county government representatives, the Council of Governors, water sector institutions, development partners, civil society, and the private sector, thank you for your continued collaboration and wavering dedication to ensuring access to water sanitation services for all Kenyans. We particularly acknowledge the role of water service providers and their association, WASPER, for your openness and commitment to transparency through the regular provisions of critical data. To the WASREP team, thank you for your hard work and dedication in delivering a successful event. To all our speakers, your insights have been invaluable and will serve as a guide for actionable reforms and improvement across the sector. As we depart, may the findings and the recommendations in this impact report guide our collective efforts toward a more resilient, transparent, and inclusive water service sector. Thank you once more again for being part of this milestone event. Let us continue to work together as we strive to legislate for meaningful impact. Thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the close of this event, so you'll be heading to lunch shortly. Don't worry. We'll be having a group photo right outside to mark this milestone event. Our lovely ushers dressed in navy blue will be able to take you to the venue of the group photo, which will happen in just a moment. But also like you to remind you to set your calendars or mark your calendars for tomorrow, Thursday the 26th at 3:30 p.m. here at Pride Inn Hotel at Shimba Hall, where WASREB will have the convener session. And this is a deeper dive into the findings of the impact report that has been unveiled today. They'll be discussing the findings, sector-wide dialogue, as well as looking at practical commitments of what else needs to be done. So do mark your calendars for that. For those on social media, they say if today was a highlight reel, then tomorrow is the real workshop. So we'd like to see you there and continue the conversation. Also note that for the rest of the team, copies of the report will be available at the WASREB booth, which is right outside of the exhibition. And we also have the digital version, which will be accessible on the WASREB website. Take time to read it, analyze it, use it, share it, so that what we've done here today can have a lasting impact on the water sector. Let me now introduce or bring on stage very, very briefly the WASPA CEO, Anthony Njaramba, with a few details of what happens next. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for being here today. My name is Michelle Ngele Odhiambo. It's been an absolute honor being your moderator today.
So congratulations to all of you. We won't take in much time. This is how we are going to run the rest of the program. So while the rest of us are going for lunch, the guests that are here, led by the CS, we'll take a group photo, and then we'll address the press. Both sites are just next to each other. And then we will go to the exhibition sites. We'll go into the exhibition sites for like 20 minutes. So by the time we are coming back, because the VIP area is already condoned for the food, we'll be able to eat quickly, and then we'll be back here by exactly 2:45. So we'll only have lost 45 minutes. So for the next session to begin. So we're only asking you to help us, wait for the dignitaries to move out, take a group photo, address the press, and then go to the exhibition. As they are moving to the exhibition, immediately after the last one of us moves out of the door, you can move to your lunch. And those who need to be at the exhibition areas with your people, remember we agreed, it's only 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes, not 3. 2 minutes, and then we'll just have a rundown. If you want to take a photo, make sure that your cameraman is in place. He's digital, he's .com, and he's switched on. So we may not be able to stand and take a nice photo, smiling and all that. So ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to an end for the first session. To all the winners, congratulations. We have some guests that we'll recognize in the next session. So allow us to end this session now, so that we can be able to proceed. Asanteni, Mwenyezi Mungu abariki.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes.
Sound check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2. Hello. Check, 1, 2. Sound check, 1, 2.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, we are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and here we are to show you the biggest pipe manufacturing and what we can do, what you have not thought of. Please join us and support us together as Top Pipe.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number two, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the WSPs to use the right technology.
With these bulbs and products, we ensure that you are able to deliver top-tier and comprehensive engineered solutions that will be able to be efficient, robust, and also climate resilient.
The water losses that we are recording currently of above 40%, in our estimation, the bulk of it is what we call commercial losses. And commercial losses is basically stealing, yeah? Either through illegal connections, not having meters that read properly, and all these issues. So if we deal with that, it will go a long way in terms of improving access to water services.
In a world grappling with climate change and water scarcity, the quest for sustainable water and sanitation solutions has never been more urgent or more innovative. Across Africa and beyond, bold new financing models, breakthrough technologies, and forward-thinking partnerships are transforming how communities access and manage water. Across forward-thinking utilities, the analog era is ending. Smart meters and AI-driven systems are replacing human error with digital precision.
Tech is the modern world. Without embracing technology, then the country, the ministry, and most of the country will lag behind. One, now we have smart meters. This idea of meter readers has been existent for years. People who are mostly to make mistakes when reading those numbers. And you know those numbers in the meters are small. So those contribute to our non-revenue. So we are asking our water service providers to embrace smart meters.
Non-revenue water, a hidden crisis, one that doesn't make headlines but bleeds the sector dry. From smart infrastructure to climate-resilient investments, a new wave of solutions is emerging. Solutions that not only protect vital resources but also power economic growth and social equity. With about 995 billion Kenya shillings funding gap in the water sector, Kenya is rewriting the rules of water financing. From green bonds to pension fund investments, new models are proving that water infrastructure can be both socially impactful and financially sustainable.
We are looking at blended financing. We are looking at private-public partnership, which is very, very key. There's already a policy on that. We are looking at tapping into the capital market, the green bonds. We are looking at a climate fund.
For the first time, we've seen with the government understanding how the water sector works. There is no direct financing to the sector. And because of that, we're able to review the law. And now we have PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. We also have PIPs, that is privately initiated projects. Those kind of financing models that were non-existence are now in existence, and there are quite a number of people who are executing them, or one way or another, they're exploring how to make use of them.
We collect from the water sector the pension contributions, and because we are the administrators, we are able to add it onto the pool of funds we have. And working with our fund managers, the fund managers who manage the funds of all these organizations we are administering, we, through our institutions, one of our institutions is actually called CPF Capital, is able to create a transactions instrument which will enable the pension funds to invest through either an infrastructure bond, a corporate bond, or an asset-backed security for the purpose of building most of this infrastructure requirement.
Through the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, NAWASIP, we are ensuring that all water infrastructure projects submitted for funding consideration, whether from donors, GOK allocations, PPPs, meet minimum readiness thresholds. This includes technical feasibility, environmental and social safeguard, and also utility level governance and capacity.
As climate change accelerates, so must the innovation. From AI-powered drought prediction to Internet of Things-enabled sanitation systems, Kenya's water future will be built on technologies that don't just solve today's crisis, but anticipate tomorrow's challenges. The time to innovate, collaborate, and lead is now. Be part of the solution.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, we are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and here we are to show you the biggest pipe manufacturing and what we can do, what you have not thought of. Please join us and support us together as Top Pipe.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number two, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the WSPs to use the right technology.
With these valves and products, we ensure that we are able to deliver top-tier and comprehensive engineered solutions that will be able to be efficient, robust, and also climate resilient.
The water losses that we are recording currently of about 40%, in our estimation, the bulk of it is what we call commercial losses. And commercial losses is basically stealing, either through illegal connections, not having meters that read properly, and all these issues. So if we deal with that, it will go a long way in terms of improving access to water services.
In a world grappling with climate change and water scarcity, the quest for sustainable water and sanitation solutions has never been more urgent or more innovative. Across Africa and beyond, bold new financing models, breakthrough technologies, and forward-thinking partnerships are transforming how communities access and manage water. Across forward-thinking utilities, the analog era is ending. Smart meters and AI-driven systems are replacing human error with digital precision.
Tech is the modern world. Without embracing technology, then the country, the ministry, and more so the country will lag behind. One, now we have smart meters. This idea of meter readers has been existent for years. People who are mostly to make mistakes when reading those numbers. And you know those numbers in the meters are small. So those contribute to our non-revenue. So we're asking our water service providers to embrace smart meters.
Non-revenue water, a hidden crisis, one that doesn't make headlines but bleeds the sector dry. From smart infrastructure to climate-resilient investments, a new wave of solutions is emerging. Solutions that not only protect vital resources but also power economic growth and social equity. With about 995 billion Kenya shillings funding gap in the water sector, Kenya is rewriting the rules of water financing. From green bonds to pension fund investments, new models are proving that water infrastructure can be both socially impactful and financially sustainable.
We are looking at blended financing. We are looking at private-public partnership, which is very, very key. There's already a policy on that. We are looking at tapping into the capital market, the green bonds. We are looking at a climate fund.
For the first time, we've seen with the government understanding how the water sector works. There is no direct financing to the sector. And because of that, we're able to review the law. And now we have PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. We also have PIPs, that is privately initiated projects. Those kind of financing models that were non-existent are now in existence, and there are quite a number of people who are executing them, or one way or another, they're exploring how to make use of them.
We collect from the water sector the pension contributions, and because we are the administrators, we are able to add it onto the pool of funds we have. And working with our fund managers, or the fund managers who manage the funds of all these organizations we are administering, we, through our institutions, one of our institutions is actually called CPF Capital, is able to create a transactions instrument which will enable the pension funds to invest through either an infrastructure bond, a corporate bond, or an asset-backed security for the purpose of building most of this infrastructure requirement.
Through the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, NAWASIP, we are ensuring that all water infrastructure projects submitted for funding consideration, whether from donors, GOK allocations, PPPs, meet minimum readiness thresholds. This includes technical feasibility, environmental and social safeguard, and also utility level governance and capacity.
As climate change accelerates, so must the innovation. From AI-powered drought prediction to Internet of Things-enabled sanitation systems, Kenya's water future will be built on technologies that don't just solve today's crises, but anticipate tomorrow's challenges. The time to innovate, collaborate, and lead is now. Be part of the solution.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, we are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and here we are to show you the biggest pipe manufacturing and what we can do, what you have not thought of. Please join us and support us together as Top Pipe.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number two, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the WSPs to use the right technology.
With these valves and products, we ensure that we are able to deliver top-tier and comprehensive engineered solutions that will be able to be efficient, robust, and also climate resilient.
The water losses that we are recording currently of above 40%, in our estimation, the bulk of it is what we call commercial losses. And commercial losses is basically stealing, either through illegal connections, not having meters that read properly, and all these issues. So if we deal with that, it will go a long way in terms of improving access to water services.
In a world grappling with climate change and water scarcity, the quest for sustainable water and sanitation solutions has never been more urgent or more innovative. Across Africa and beyond, bold new financing models, breakthrough technologies, and forward-thinking partnerships are transforming how communities access and manage water. Across forward-thinking utilities, the analog era is ending. Smart meters and AI-driven systems are replacing human error with digital precision.
Tech is the modern world. Without embracing technology, then the country, the ministry, and more so the country will lag behind. One, now we have smart meters. This idea of meter readers has been existent for years. People who are mostly to make mistakes when reading those numbers. And you know those numbers in the meters are small. So those contribute to our non-revenue. So we're asking our water service providers to embrace smart meters.
Non-revenue water, a hidden crisis, one that doesn't make headlines but bleeds the sector dry. From smart infrastructure to climate-resilient investments, a new wave of solutions is emerging. Solutions that not only protect vital resources but also power economic growth and social equity. With about 995 billion Kenya shillings funding gap in the water sector, Kenya is rewriting the rules of water financing. From green bonds to pension fund investments, new models are proving that water infrastructure can be both socially impactful and financially sustainable.
We are looking at blended financing. We are looking at private-public partnership, which is very, very key. There's already a policy on that. We are looking at tapping into the capital market, the green bonds. We are looking at climate funds.
For the first time, we've seen with the government understanding how the water sector works. There is no direct financing to the sector. And because of that, we're able to review the law. And now we have PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. We also have PIPs, that is privately initiated projects. Those kind of financing models that were non-existence are now in existence, and there are quite a number of people who are executing them, or one way or another, they're exploring how to make use of them.
We collect from the water sector the pension contributions, and because we are the administrators, we are able to add it onto the pool of funds we have. And working with our fund managers, or the fund managers who manage the funds of all these organizations we are administering, we, through our institutions, one of our institutions is actually called CPF Capital, is able to create a transactions instrument which will enable the pension funds to invest through either an infrastructure bond, a corporate bond, or an asset-backed security for the purpose of building most of this infrastructure requirement.
Through the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, NAWASIP, we are ensuring that all water infrastructure projects submitted for funding consideration, whether from donors, GOK allocations, PPPs, meet minimum readiness thresholds. This includes technical feasibility, environmental and social safeguard, and also utility level governance and capacity.
As climate change accelerates, so must the innovation. From AI-powered drought prediction to Internet of Things-enabled sanitation systems, Kenya's water future will be built on technologies that don't just solve today's crises, but anticipate tomorrow's challenges. The time to innovate, collaborate, and lead is now. Be part of the solution.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, we are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and here we are to show you the biggest pipe manufacturing and what we can do, what you have not thought of. Please join us and support us together as Top Pipe.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number two, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the WSPs to use the right technology.
With these valves and products, we ensure that we are able to deliver top-tier and comprehensive engineered solutions that will be able to be efficient, robust, and also climate resilient.
The water losses that we are recording currently of above 40%, in our estimation, the bulk of it is what we call commercial losses. And commercial losses is basically stealing, either through illegal connections, not having meters that read properly, and all these issues. So if we deal with that, it will go a long way in terms of improving access to water services.
In a world grappling with climate change and water scarcity, the quest for sustainable water and sanitation solutions has never been more urgent or more innovative. Across Africa and beyond, bold new financing models, breakthrough technologies, and forward-thinking partnerships are transforming how communities access and manage water. Across forward-thinking utilities, the analog era is ending. Smart meters and AI-driven systems are replacing human error with digital precision.
Tech is the modern world. Without embracing technology, then the country, the ministry, and most of the country will lag behind. One, now we have smart meters. This idea of meter readers has been existent for years. People who are mostly to make mistakes when reading those numbers. And you know those numbers in the meters are small. So those contribute to our non-revenue. So we're asking our water service providers to embrace smart meters.
Non-revenue water, a hidden crisis, one that doesn't make headlines but bleeds the sector dry. From smart infrastructure to climate-resilient investments, a new wave of solutions is emerging. Solutions that not only protect vital resources but also power economic growth and social equity. With about 995 billion Kenya shillings funding gap in the water sector, Kenya is rewriting the rules of water financing. From green bonds to pension fund investments, new models are proving that water infrastructure can be both socially impactful and financially sustainable.
We are looking at blended financing. We are looking at private-public partnership, which is very, very key. There's already a policy on that. We are looking at tapping into the capital market, the green bonds. We are looking at a climate fund.
For the first time, we've seen with the government understanding how the water sector works. There is no direct financing to the sector. And because of that, we're able to review the law. And now we have PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. We also have PIPs, that is privately initiated projects. Those kind of financing models that were non-existent are now in existence, and there are quite a number of people who are executing them, or one way or another, they're exploring how to make use of them.
We collect from the water sector the pension contributions, and because we are the administrators, we are able to add it onto the pool of funds we have. And working with our fund managers, or the fund managers who manage the funds of all these organizations we are administering, we, through our institutions, one of our institutions is actually called CPF Capital, is able to create a transactions instrument which will enable the pension funds to invest through either an infrastructure bond, a corporate bond, or an asset-backed security for the purpose of building most of this infrastructure requirement.
Through the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, NAWASIP, we are ensuring that all water infrastructure projects submitted for funding consideration, whether from donors, GOK allocations, PPPs, meet minimum readiness thresholds. This includes technical feasibility, environmental and social safeguard, and also utility level governance and capacity.
As climate change accelerates, so must the innovation. From AI-powered drought prediction to Internet of Things-enabled sanitation systems, Kenya's water future will be built on technologies that don't just solve today's crises, but anticipate tomorrow's challenges. The time to innovate, collaborate, and lead is now. Be part of the solution.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, we are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and here we are to show you the biggest pipe manufacturing and what we can do, what you have not thought of. Please join us and support us together as Top Pipe.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number two, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the WSPs to use the right technology.
With these valves and products, we ensure that we are able to deliver top-tier and comprehensive engineered solutions that will be able to be efficient, robust, and also climate resilient.
The water losses that we are recording currently of about 40%, in our estimation, the bulk of it is what we call commercial losses. And commercial losses is basically stealing, yeah? Either through illegal connections, not having meters that read properly, and all these issues. So if we deal with that, it will go a long way in terms of improving access to water services.
In a world grappling with climate change and water scarcity, the quest for sustainable water and sanitation solutions has never been more urgent or more innovative. Across Africa and beyond, bold new financing models, breakthrough technologies, and forward-thinking partnerships are transforming how communities access and manage water. Across forward-thinking utilities, the analog era is ending. Smart meters and AI-driven systems are replacing human error with digital precision.
Tech is the modern world. Without embracing technology, then the country, the ministry, and most of the country will lag behind. One, now we have smart meters. This idea of meter readers has been existent for years. People who are mostly to make mistakes when reading those numbers. And you know those numbers in the meters are small. So those contribute to our non-revenue. So we are asking our water service providers to embrace smart meters.
Non-revenue water, a hidden crisis, one that doesn't make headlines but bleeds the sector dry. From smart infrastructure to climate-resilient investments, a new wave of solutions is emerging. Solutions that not only protect vital resources but also power economic growth and social equity. With about 995 billion Kenya shillings funding gap in the water sector, Kenya is rewriting the rules of water financing. From green bonds to pension fund investments, new models are proving that water infrastructure can be both socially impactful and financially sustainable.
We are looking at blended financing. We are looking at private-public partnership, which is very, very key. There's already a policy on that. We are looking at tapping into the capital market, the green bonds. We are looking at a climate fund.
For the first time, we've seen with the government understanding how the water sector works. There is no direct financing to the sector. And because of that, we're able to review the law. And now we have PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. We also have PIPs, that is privately initiated projects. Those kind of financing models that were non-existence are now in existence, and there are quite a number of people who are executing them, or one way or another, they're exploring how to make use of them.
We collect from the water sector the pension contributions, and because we are the administrators, we are able to add it onto the pool of funds we have. And working with our fund managers, the fund managers who manage the funds of all these organizations we are administering, we, through our institutions, one of our institutions is actually called CPF Capital, is able to create a transactions instrument which will enable the pension funds to invest through either an infrastructure bond, a corporate bond, or an asset-backed security for the purpose of building most of this infrastructure requirement.
Through the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, NAWASIP, we are ensuring that all water infrastructure projects submitted for funding consideration, whether from donors, GOK allocations, PPPs, meet minimum readiness thresholds. This includes technical feasibility, environmental and social safeguard, and also utility level governance and capacity.
As climate change accelerates, so must the innovation. From AI-powered drought prediction to Internet of Things-enabled sanitation systems, Kenya's water future will be built on technologies that don't just solve today's crises, but anticipate tomorrow's challenges. The time to innovate, collaborate, and lead is now. Be part of the solution.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, we are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and here we are to show you the biggest pipe manufacturing and what we can do, what you have not thought of. Please join us and support us together as Top Pipe.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number two, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the WSPs to use the right technology.
With these valves and products, we ensure that you are able to deliver top-tier and comprehensive engineered solutions that will be able to be efficient, robust, and also climate resilient.
The water losses that we are recording currently of above 40%, in our estimation, the bulk of it is what we call commercial losses. And commercial losses is basically stealing, yeah? Either through illegal connections, not having meters that read properly, and all these issues. So if we deal with that, it will go a long way in terms of improving access to water services.
In a world grappling with climate change and water scarcity, the quest for sustainable water and sanitation solutions has never been more urgent or more innovative. Across Africa and beyond, bold new financing models, breakthrough technologies, and forward-thinking partnerships are transforming how communities access and manage water. Across forward-thinking utilities, the analog era is ending. Smart meters and AI-driven systems are replacing human error with digital precision.
Tech is the modern world. Without embracing technology, then the country, the ministry, and most of the country will lag behind. One, now we have smart meters. This idea of meter readers has been existent for years. People who are mostly to make mistakes when reading those numbers. And you know those numbers in the meters are small. So those contribute to our net revenue. So we are asking our water service providers to embrace smart meters.
Non-revenue water, a hidden crisis, one that doesn't make headlines but bleeds the sector dry. From smart infrastructure to climate-resilient investments, a new wave of solutions is emerging. Solutions that not only protect vital resources but also power economic growth and social equity. With about 995 billion Kenya shillings funding gap in the water sector, Kenya is rewriting the rules of water financing. From green bonds to pension fund investments, new models are proving that water infrastructure can be both socially impactful and financially sustainable.
We are looking at blended financing. We are looking at private-public partnership, which is very, very key. There's already a policy on that. We are looking at tapping into the capital market, the green bonds. We are looking at a climate fund.
For the first time, we've seen with the government understanding how the water sector works. There is no direct financing to the sector. And because of that, we're able to review the law. And now we have PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. We also have PIPs, that is privately initiated projects. Those kind of financing models that were non-existence are now in existence, and there are quite a number of people who are executing them, or one way or another, they're exploring how to make use of them.
We collect from the water sector the pension contributions, and because we are the administrators, we are able to add it onto the pool of funds we have, and working with our fund managers, the fund managers who manage the funds of all these organizations we are administering, we through our institutions, one of our institutions is actually called CPF Capital, is able to create a transactions instrument which will enable the pension funds to invest through either an infrastructure bond, a corporate bond, or an asset-backed security for the purpose of building most of this infrastructure requirement.
Through the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, NAWASIP, we are ensuring that all water infrastructure projects submitted for funding consideration, whether from donors, GOK allocations, PPPs, meet minimum readiness thresholds. This includes technical feasibility, environmental and social safeguard, and also utility level governance and capacity.
As climate change accelerates, so must the innovation. From AI-powered drought prediction to Internet of Things-enabled sanitation systems, Kenya's water future will be built on technologies that don't just solve today's crises, but anticipate tomorrow's challenges. The time to innovate, collaborate, and lead is now. Be part of the solution.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, We are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and here we are to show you the biggest pipe manufacturing and what we can do, what you have not thought of. Please join us and support us together as Top Pipe.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number two, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the WSPs to use the right technology.
With these valves and products, we ensure that you are able to deliver top-tier and comprehensive engineered solutions that will be able to be efficient, robust, and also climate resilient.
The water losses that we are recording currently of about 40%, in our estimation, the bulk of it is what we call commercial losses. And commercial losses is basically stealing, yeah? Either through illegal connections, not having meters that read properly, and all these issues. So if we deal with that, it will go a long way in terms of improving access to water services.
In a world grappling with climate change and water scarcity, the quest for sustainable water and sanitation solutions has never been more urgent or more innovative. Across Africa and beyond, bold new financing models, breakthrough technologies, and forward-thinking partnerships are transforming how communities access and manage water. Across forward-thinking utilities, the analog era is ending. Smart meters and AI-driven systems are replacing human error with digital precision.
Tech is the modern world. Without embracing technology, then the country, the ministry, and most of the country will lag behind. One, now we have smart meters. This idea of meter readers has been existent for years. People who are mostly to make mistakes when reading those numbers. And you know those numbers in the meters are small. So those contribute to our non-revenue. So we're asking our water service providers to embrace smart meters.
Non-revenue water, a hidden crisis, one that doesn't make headlines but bleeds the sector dry. From smart infrastructure to climate-resilient investments, a new wave of solutions is emerging. Solutions that not only protect vital resources but also power economic growth and social equity. With about 995 billion Kenya shillings funding gap in the water sector, Kenya is rewriting the rules of water financing. From green bonds to pension fund investments, new models are proving that water infrastructure can be both socially impactful and financially sustainable.
We are looking at blended financing. We are looking at private-public partnership, which is very, very key. There's already a policy on that. We are looking at tapping into the capital market, the green bonds. We are looking at a climate fund.
For the first time, we've seen with the government understanding how the water sector works. There is no direct financing to the sector. And because of that, we're able to review the law. And now we have PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. We also have PIPs, that is privately initiated projects. Those kind of financing models that were non-existent are now in existence, and there are quite a number of people who are executing them, or one way or another, they're exploring how to make use of them.
We collect from the water sector the pension contributions, and because we are the administrators, we are able to add it onto the pool of funds we have. And working with our fund managers, or the fund managers who manage the funds of all these organizations we are administering, we, through our institutions, one of our institutions is actually called CPF Capital, is able to create a transactions instrument which will enable the pension funds to invest through either an infrastructure bond, a corporate bond, or an asset-backed security for the purpose of building most of this infrastructure requirement.
Through the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, NAWASIP, we are ensuring that all water infrastructure projects submitted for funding consideration, whether from donors, GOK allocations, PPPs, meet minimum readiness thresholds. This includes technical feasibility, environmental and social safeguard, and also utility level governance and capacity.
As climate change accelerates, so must the innovation. From AI-powered drought prediction to Internet of Things-enabled sanitation systems, Kenya's water future will be built on technologies that don't just solve today's crises, but anticipate tomorrow's challenges. The time to innovate, collaborate, and lead is now. Be part of the solution.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, we are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and here we are to show you the biggest pipe manufacturing and what we can do, what you have not thought of. Please join us and support us together as Top Pipe.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number two, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the WSPs to use the right technology.
With these valves and products, we ensure that you are able to deliver top-tier and comprehensive engineered solutions that will be able to be efficient, robust, and also climate resilient.
The water losses that we are recording currently of above 40%, in our estimation, the bulk of it is what we call commercial losses. And commercial losses is basically stealing, either through illegal connections, not having meters that read properly, and all these issues. So if we deal with that, it will go a long way in terms of improving access to water services.
In a world grappling with climate change and water scarcity, the quest for sustainable water and sanitation solutions has never been more urgent or more innovative. Across Africa and beyond, bold new financing models, breakthrough technologies, and forward-thinking partnerships are transforming how communities access and manage water. Across forward-thinking utilities, the analog era is ending. Smart meters and AI-driven systems are replacing human error with digital precision.
Tech is the modern world. Without embracing technology, then the country, the ministry, and most of the country will lag behind. One, now we have smart meters. This idea of meter readers has been existent for years. People who are mostly to make mistakes when reading those numbers. And you know those numbers in the meters are small. So those contribute to our non-revenue. So we're asking our water service providers to embrace smart meters.
Non-revenue water, a hidden crisis, one that doesn't make headlines but bleeds the sector dry. From smart infrastructure to climate-resilient investments, a new wave of solutions is emerging. Solutions that not only protect vital resources but also power economic growth and social equity. With about 995 billion Kenya shillings funding gap in the water sector, Kenya is rewriting the rules of water financing. From green bonds to pension fund investments, new models are proving that water infrastructure can be both socially impactful and financially sustainable.
We are looking at blended financing. We are looking at private-public partnership, which is very, very key. There's already a policy on that. We are looking at tapping into the capital market, the green bonds. We are looking at climate funds.
For the first time, we've seen with the government understanding how the water sector works. There is no direct financing to the sector. And because of that, we're able to review the law. And now we have PPPs, that is public-private partnerships. We also have PIPs, that is privately initiated projects. Those kind of financing models that were non-existent are now in existence, and there are quite a number of people who are executing them, or one way or another, they're exploring how to make use of them.
We collect from the water sector the pension contributions, and because we are the administrators, we are able to add it onto the pool of funds we have. And working with our fund managers, or the fund managers who manage the funds of all these organizations we are administering, we, through our institutions, one of our institutions is actually called CPF Capital, is able to create a transactions instrument which will enable the pension funds to invest through either an infrastructure bond, a corporate bond, or an asset-backed security for the purpose of building most of this infrastructure requirement.
Through the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan, NAWASIP, we are ensuring that all water infrastructure projects submitted for funding consideration, whether from donors, GOK allocations, PPPs, meet minimum readiness thresholds. This includes technical feasibility, environmental and social safeguard, and also utility level governance and capacity.
As climate change accelerates, so must the innovation. From AI-powered drought prediction to Internet of Things-enabled sanitation systems, Kenya's water future will be built on technologies that don't just solve today's crises, but anticipate tomorrow's challenges. The time to innovate, collaborate, and lead is now. Be part of the solution.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, we are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and here we are to show you the biggest pipe manufacturing and what we can do, what you have not thought of. Please join us and support us together as Top Pipe.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number two, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the WSPs to use the right technology.
With these valves and products, we ensure that we are able to deliver top-tier and comprehensive engineered solutions that will be able to be efficient, robust, and also climate resilient.
The water losses that we are recording currently of above 40%, in our estimation, the bulk of it is what we call commercial losses. And commercial losses is basically stealing. yeah, either through illegal connections, not having meters that read properly, and all these issues. So if we deal with that, it will go a long way in terms of improving access to water services.
In a world grappling with...
Very wonderful mid-morning session, and of course the launch of Impact Report number 17. Please, let me request you get seated, please. Can you get seated as we can start? We have a number of activities before the day comes to an end. So please, let me request that you all get seated. If you have a friend who is still outside, a colleague, kindly request him or her to move in here so that we can start. We have a very interactive session that will be moderated by Engineer Sao Alima, our Water Secretary, State Department for Water and Sanitation, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. So kindly, let's get seated. I'm also informed that we'll need to reserve some seats in front here for the team that will be coming forward so that you can ease their movement to the stage as we start. Let me request you to get seated, please. As you do that, I know our audiovisual teams have been running the features. Let's also get ready in terms of the band if it's necessary for now. Let's take our seats, please. For those who are inside here, please, let's take our seats. As I continue to make the following announcements to prepare our next speakers. Our keynote speaker for this session will be Dr. Osea Kimutai Kili, OGW, CPF Financial Services, who will be speaking for nearly 15 minutes as per our program. Then we'll have eye-level panel for almost 40 minutes, and we'll be having our PS, Julius Korir, our PS also Ephantas Kimotho. We are also expecting our PS Festus Ngeno and our PS Chris Kiptor. Those who are in the house, please, I know my Pascaline Ndongu, Senior Water and Sanitation Specialist, World Bank Group, is here. Michera Chirwa, Director of Water and Sanitation Development, African Development Bank, is also here. Together, he is here also with Mercuria Asefao. Professor Romanas Odhiambo, Vice Chancellor Meru University Science and Technology, is here. Mr. Thomas Odongo, our Chair WASPA, and equally the Managing Director Kisumu Water and Sewerage, I'm sure is equally here. Madam Mary Mwiti, CEO Council of Governors. Ruben Kamuri, Chairperson Caucus of the Deputy Governors COG. And Dr. Emmanuel Nzai, Chair Kenya Vision 2030 Delivery Board. Part of the team that will be in our panel discussion this afternoon, that will be moderated by Engineer Sao Alima from the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. Let's take our seats, please. After that, we'll be having the official opening ceremony, of course, still going on. We still are expecting our chief guest as per the program. But later in the day, we'll be allowing, of course, a number of speakers as we hype up towards the main chief guest's arrival and presentation. I'm equally informed that there'll be a cocktail for B2B to have an opportunity to meet and engage in business activities together. So please don't go very far. We'll be notified the venue. It will be between 6 p.m. to around 8 p.m. today in the evening. So please, that is how the program will be looking today. Engineer Sawa Lima equally will be moderating, will be facilitating the official opening ceremony later in the day. So please, let's get seated. And let's reserve the front seat for the speakers of this afternoon or this evening as we bring it to an end. Karibuni sana, karibuni sana. Karibuni sana, just requesting all of us to take our seats. Those who are still outside, we need you here. We need you here. Those who are still outside, if you have anybody who is still outside and supposed to be with us, please request him or her to move in here. Yes, from WASREB also we'll be taking, from WASREB, yeah, we'll be taking your feedback. So we'll be using our Mentimeter. So later, towards the end, we'll give you a QR code, and then you answer around 4 questions only. so that you can get your feedback regarding the presentation that we had in the morning, of course, and the conference in totality. I wish you can take our seats, please. That team there, the team on my right, towards the back end. Yeah, let's take our seats. Let's take our seats so that we can start. As I continue to appreciate all of you for participating either in the conference and equally in the exhibitions, we had a very wonderful, full-packed exhibition today, this time around at Kenya Watson International Conference and Exhibition. Wonderful presentations that we had from different companies, manufacturers, service providers, and all of us, as I continue to appreciate our principal sponsors, the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, Council of Governors, and Mombasa County Government, of course, WASPA. Platinum sponsor, Top Pipe, thank you very much. Gold sponsor, CPF, WASREP, Water Fund. Silver sponsors are Aqua for All, Cooperative Bank, Apex Piping, Water.org, and NL Netherlands. Thank you very much. Bronze sponsors, Family Bank, KENAS, that's Kenya Accreditation Service, Athi Water Works Development Agency, Grand Force, Love Fund, Absta Sacco, NRF, National Research Fund, Kenya, Gasby Africa, WEWAS, and the Young Water and Sanitation Professionals Society of Kenya. Those are our major sponsors in terms of principal, platinum, and gold, silver, and bronze. Of course, in terms of participation in the exhibition, you've seen it all by now. We had a very big team ensuring that we get a chance to sample what these organizations and companies are offering in terms of service delivery. I'm still calling you to take your seats, please. We'll maybe engage later in the day. If you can take our seats, please. If you can take our seats. Let's take our seats, please. We need to start. Please, let's take our seats. The team led by the MD Kakamega Water. We'll still have the cocktail later in the evening. We can engage. Our MD Kakamega. Yes, let's take our seats, please, so that you can start kindly. Access to adequate water, sanitation, and hygiene wash is recognized as a fundamental human right by the United Nations General Assembly, and the world is facing a water crisis with climate change being a major threat. So the Kenya Water and Sanitation International Conference and Exhibition 2025 aims to bring together experts, policymakers, industry leaders, researchers, community organizations, and other relevant stakeholders to foster collaboration, share knowledge, and showcase technological innovations aimed at achieving climate-adaptive, efficient, and sustainable water and sanitation system. That is the reason we are here for this conference. That's the reason we are here for this conference. I'm still pulling for the quorum so that we can start. I'm still pulling for the quorum so that we can start. And meanwhile, anybody who can notify for us Engineer Alima to notify to notify him that he'll be the moderator. I know he's within the facility, so that he can move towards the conference hall. We require our Water Secretary, Engineer Sawa Lima, to be here, and equally the panelists that I've mentioned, also to get ready for the next session. Maybe our studios, you can run one more feature for barely 5 minutes, and then we'll be starting it off. Thank you.
Apex Piping Systems is a pipe manufacturing company where we manufacture quality premium HDPE, PPR, and PVC pipes. We are also suppliers of valves and fittings that accompany the pipes in our sanitation and water infrastructure. In terms of technology and innovation, Apex Piping Systems has continuously invested in state-of-the-art facilities that ensure that their products meet international standards for products that are built for the future, climate smart, and also sustainable and efficient. As proud sponsors of the Kenya Watson 2025 conference, we are aligned to the theme, driving innovation, sustainable solutions, and climate smart wash solutions. We welcome you to our booth where we will be able to showcase our latest technology and smart innovations that will be able to drive our water and sanitation infrastructure ahead.
As Top Pipe, which is part of Tile and Carpet Center Limited, we are very, very proud to be part of Kenya Water and Sanitation Conference this year. We have been sponsoring this for the past 3 years. Here we are with international partners as well to show you and demonstrate who we are, what we can do, and how we can solve your problems. So come over, we have the technology, we have the know-how, and here we are to show you the biggest pipe manufacturing and what we can do, what you have not thought of. Please join us and support us together as Top Pipe.
Kenya's water sector is grappling with a range of persistent and complex challenges that hinder access to safe and reliable water and sanitation services. Rapid population growth, urbanization, and the effects of climate change have intensified water scarcity and placed immense pressure on aging and inadequate infrastructure. Then there is the battle against invisible losses. Non-revenue water, which is basically water treated but does not generate revenue for water utilities, is a big challenge for many water utilities in the country. And the question is, just how can water service providers reduce their non-revenue water?
When you don't choose your pipe right, you will always have failures. Number two, when you don't choose your right valves, you will always compromise with your flow ratios. So these are some of the things which we always keep on educating our engineers, and we always inform the